All right, everyone. I think that we are live. Hope that everyone can hear me. Let me just adjust this very quickly. So, let me check if we are live. I think everything can work. For some confirmation, it'd be great if you could let me know in the chat if everything is working. Can you hear me well? Is that Spanish? I think that's Spanish in the chat. Unfortunately, cannot understand that just yet. So, the tournament which we are about to witness should start any minute. Greetings from Goa, next legendary commentary GM. Thank you so much. Greetings to Goa back. As some of you probably know, I was there for the World Cup, which just concluded recently. It was a great time. So I was saying, the tournament which is about to start is for some background information for all of you, because maybe some of you have not heard what is being played out in Vienna. There is a ladies tournament in Vienna, actually today being played in the city hall, which is quite a rare occurrence for a chess event in particular. And it is featured, like they're featured some top female players. Let me tell you what is the exact lineup. So there is one former women's world champion, Maria Muzichuk. There is also her sister, Anna Muzichuk. There is Eline Rubers from the Netherlands. And Wagner Dinara, as well as Olga Badelka and Laura Onuk. This is the lineup. So there are 6 players. Today is the Rapid, and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow should be the Blitz, if I'm informed correctly. And as far as I know, they're currently having the opening ceremony. The Vienna mayor is coming there, so that's why I assume there is a slight delay in the starting of the first round. Yes, I can speak German too, since I'm from Austria, but this stream is going to be purely in English. Unless you have a question which you would like to ask in German, I will still answer it in English, but feel free to do so. You've seen me playing Goa. That's cool. If even taken a picture of me, that's great. So let me see. I think we might have a first move in one of the games. Not 100% sure if it's already the start or if they're just testing things out. Sometimes happens too, that the PGN officers need to try things out if everything is working. In the meanwhile, let me fix my microphone for one last time. Hopefully it's going to be a bit better. Okay, let's see. Yes. I think now it's perfect. What do you guys think? Is it good? Or a bit like this? That's maybe a bit too much. Let's try like this. Do I speak any other language than German and English? Just a little bit of French, since I learned it in school. But apart from that, not really. By the way, I have a second screen now. You cannot see it, but I finally got a second screen so that I'll be able to read the chat. So this is also the big idea for today's stream, that we're going to be interacting quite a lot in the chat. So in case you have any questions, you can already start now since the games haven't started yet. Definitely let me know. I'll be reading the chat all the time. Hopefully all the time. I see already the first question by someone asking it in German, but let me give you the reply in English. I have 1400 in the German rating system and 1600 FIDE rating, but I often blunder things. I calculate something and then I overlook that something is hanging. What can I do to solve that? I would say solve a lot of tactics. Try to work on your calculation like this. Like there are quite a few tools where you can do that free. Like for example on Leeches, where we are going to cover the event too. And yeah, of course there are quite a few books too, which work wonderfully as well. Everyone should find their own way to improve. And generally, whenever you work on chess, no matter how it is or if you play, you should generally improve with your tactical abilities as well. Like whenever you just do something with chess, yeah, I think it will all help. I'm not using Sony headphones. I think actually which type of headphones they are. I think they are Sennheiser earphones. Headphones, sorry, not earphones. Sennheiser headphones I'm currently wearing. You think anyone can become a grandmaster with the right amount of hard work? Maybe, but I'm not sure. Like I think there are some things which are, I mean, not genetically, but you need to have, is predisposition is the word which I'm looking for? I guess so. But I mean, hard work can do quite a lot. Yeah? Like you don't need to be super talented. I also wouldn't say that I am like incredibly talented. There must be some talent there, but like there are many players that are way more talented than I am. That's for sure. So I think that many people can become a grandmaster with hard work. That otherwise wouldn't make it just purely with talent. I mean, in general, I guess it's quite hard to become a grandmaster even just with talent. Like typically, you would need to have some work going in. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult. Yeah, sure, Edward. Let me know if you have any more questions. When and where are you playing next? I am not playing anything for the rest of the year, actually. I'll not be going to the World Rapid and Blitz this year. I've never been home at this time of year for many years, like between Christmas and New Year's. And this time I thought I would stay home, maybe also to cover the event a bit more extensively. So I'll be playing next year in January. I'm gonna play some leagues. I think there's the Czech League, some league in Austria, and yeah. Hi everyone, welcome to the stream. Let me check how is everything looking. I think it should all work pretty well. Still, yeah. Looks like the stream is working well. We're still waiting, guys, for the first round to start. I see another question. I'm from Austria and I want to start competing in chess. How do I enter a tournament? Do I have to sign up to the Austrian Chess Federation first, or is that not mandatory? Great question. If you're starting out, typically, as far as I know, how it works is that you're just simply registering at the tournament which you would like to participate in. And then the organizing committee of that event is responsible to sort of send your credentials to the state federation, and then they will sign you up and give you like a FIDE ID and stuff. But I think at least it used to be like that. I guess it still is, that you need to pay a small fee to be registered to to the feeder list. Just saying, but it shouldn't be that much. So yeah, for those of you who are just joining in, we'll be covering the Freedom Ladies Cup, which is played in Vienna. It starts today with the Rapid. Tomorrow is Rapid as well, and on the last day, in 2 days, it is going to be Blitz. And featured are the following players: Maria Musicuk, her sister Anna Musicuk, Eline Rubers from the Netherlands, Dinara Wagner, Olga Badelka, and Laura Onok. So all of them are in the circle of elite female players. Is playing Blitz or Bullet on leeches also good to become better in tactics, or just Rapid and Classical? I've always had the impression that like it will probably not hurt to play online, but the way how you can actually improve from that is by then analyzing the games after that. I'm not sure that with Bullet it's really so helpful, but with Blitz for sure, like you can try out some openings and you'll get a lot of experience in different structures. So this definitely helps. But yeah, Bullet is, I'm not sure, maybe it can help you improve in tactics, but it's a bit of a double-edged sword. How is Austrian chess doing relative to chess in Germany? Are there a lot of shared tournaments and things like that? There is not as much as of a cooperation, I would say, between the Austrian and the German Federation. Austria, like historically speaking, mostly cooperated with countries like Czech Republic, Slovakia. There were some round-robin tournaments which they've organized together. But of course, like Germany is like if you compare it by the strength of the players, Germany is of course far ahead with players like Vincent Keimer, Matthias Blühbaum, and all of the others. I heard that we had one move. Maybe it is starting now. Seems like I don't know much about the difference between the two countries. Well, we speak a similar language. I mean, almost the same, basically. Like everyone can understand each other. There is just sort of a dialect. I often like to compare it, like between, for example, Canada or for example, the US and the UK. Like there are quite some differences in dialect pretty often. Yeah, sure. I hope that it was some helpful information for you for registering for your first tournament in Austria. Yeah, just shoot an email to the organizer and typically they should be able to help you out or do it for you. I don't think that you really need to do so much to get a FIDE ID. I'm going to play in a tournament. What should I prepare? Well, can recommend some of you can recommend you some of my courses, that's for sure. If you want to play the King's Indian, my King's Indian course just recently dropped on ChessBase. I think it came out like a week ago. Pretty fresh, all of that. So if you're looking for openings from the black side against d4, c4, knight f3, I can refer you to that one. You can also find some material on that on my channel too. I've uploaded some videos recently. Still seems like it did not start just yet. The pairings for the first round, by the way, are Dinara Wagner with white pieces against Anna Musicuk, Eline Rubers with white pieces against Olga Badelka, and Laura Unuk with white pieces against former world champion Maria Musicuk. And we've got the first moves coming. Which game would you like to go for? What do you think, guys? I see a London. Are there any London fans here? Laura Unuk playing the London. Okay, if you don't have a preference, then I will start with Dinara Wagner against Anna Musicuk. Hello, welcome to the stream. And here we go. You should be able to see everything now. So this is the first game which we're going to check out. Dinara Wagner against Anna Musichuk. Let me just quickly adjust things a little bit here, just so that it's a bit smoother. Yes, that looks a bit better. That looks better. All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Does playing the Volga Banco Gambit need much theoretical knowledge? I would say it depends on which level you are. If you are on this like 1600 FIDE rating level, then I guess not as much, because you often have similar plans, and I think it's generally quite a tricky opening. So I think it's a good opening to start out with. I've also played it in the past at some point. And the most important thing there is just to know the plans, I would say. Not as much of theoretical knowledge. It also depends a bit which line you're exactly referring to, because nowadays there are quite a couple of differences and possible lines, but just in general. Isn't that just a boring drawish line? Well, we are waiting for the next few moves. I'm a bit surprised that it doesn't show up yet, because typically white now recaptures with the queen on d4. And the line which you're probably referring to is this with e takes d5. And now white has two moves. The first one is bishop g5, which probably keeps more pieces on the board just yet. The second one is e4. And after that, this is kind of what people nowadays refer to as the d4 against the Berlin against d4, just because it has such a solid reputation, and like objectively this is basically a draw, yeah? And it's quite hard for white to generate something here. What's the time control? I believe it to be 15 plus 10 for the rapid portion. And then should be 3 plus 2 for the blitz. Okay, it looks like the board of Wagner Dinara might have stopped a little bit. So let's go to this game for a second. Lean Rubers with the white pieces going for this line with g3. g6, I think I've never really seen this being played here, but it looks quite reasonable just to copy white. Typically black goes something like bishop c5 and d6. But white often has a simple plan of, if you can manage to play something like this, well, let's say d3, short castle, and then white has this idea to push h3 and f4 if you can do so. Also here, actually, black needs to be careful not to run into knight a4, which could win the bishop pair. But in the game, it was quite a symmetrical affair. Bishop e6 now, and knight d4. Maybe with the idea to stop white from going d4. Like if black would play knight e7, maybe white would go for that, I could imagine. And then with some space advantage, like if black takes here, then maybe I can take on e6. But you also don't want to trade everything here, because then the queen is centralized and black's king is going to have a difficult time. Like if castle, maybe it could run into some h4, h5. It's not Latvia, it's Austria. This is the Austrian flag, my friend. I know it looks quite similar, it's only the colors. But it's more of a recent development, that's true. It changed like, I think about a year ago, changed to Austria. Okay, next game, which I'm checking out, yeah. Austrian flag, not the Latvian flag. Well, that's okay, man. I mean, they look quite similar. I've also, even as an Austrian, sometimes found it difficult to see the difference. Yeah, so this is the next game. Let me move this here. Oops, that was not what I intended to do. I'm sorry about that. Okay, now we should be good. Just having a look at the chat all the time. Wow, we see an aggressive pawn grab. This line with bishop f5 against the London I always associate with Anish for some reason. How is that? Because it's so drawish? Is that why? That was a bad joke on my part. The line is pretty good. I've also played it myself against MVL actually with black. So this is how it came. Knight f6, e3, bishop f5. And Laura Onok went for c4. Another interesting way for white to play here is generally bishop d3, and if black takes, then white often has this idea to recapture with the c-pawn. And then to try to put some pressure on the queen side immediately with queen b3. Knight c3, knight f3, maybe also e4. White has some pressure, but also black is very solid here, of course. Yeah. Onok went for c4, e6, queen b3. Just thinking how things go here. Yeah, as you mentioned, it's a space bar your way to the end of the line kind of variation. And I think the main line goes knight f3 here. Is it here? Because there are some ideas like this with bishop takes b1. And of course, giving up the bishop is generally not a thing which you want to do, but here black has the point that bishop b4 with check is coming. It's still playable for white, actually. Like, I think rook b1 or queen b1 are both moves, and now the king just goes to e2. And if white can consolidate, he's gonna be a bit better, but typically black is able to find some dynamic chances too. Also taking with the queen, I think, is possible. And again, bishop b4, I think king to e2. Knight d2 never works because it runs into knight e4, and black is winning. But in the game, queen b3 was played immediately, which might be a little bit too early, because now knight c6. And now black immediately has ideas with knight b4, which is probably even more problematic after queen takes b7, which was played in the game, because now knight b4, and knight c2 is a threat, so knight a3 is forced, and now d takes c4 was played. I mean, rook b8 does not trap the queen yet, because white can capture on c7, so dc4 is a good move. Maybe preparing also to jump into d3 at the right time. How many opening moves should one know? Pure theory. Again, it really depends on your level. The higher you rise in the rankings and with your rating, then also your opponents are gonna know way more, that's for sure. But generally, I think the approach is good, that you should not like 100% just focus on openings. Up to what feeder rating can you stick to one opening repertoire? I mean, times are changing like this. If you would have asked me the same question a couple of years ago, I would have probably said that everyone can do it. But in the meantime, I mean, it depends on the line which you are playing. Like if you're playing something sharp, then it can be quite difficult to do so, because your opponent can prepare against it. But if you're playing something solid, like for example, I played a Berlin quite a lot with black, then it should not be a big problem. So it really depends on the specific line. That would be my reply to your question. Yeah, so let's get back to the game. dc4 was played, bishop c7, and now queen d5. Maria Musachuk is playing pretty quickly here and making good moves as well. Now it seems like white has to take. Like, where else can the queen go? If queen b5, then I can take, and then I have knight c2. So black doesn't want to go for that. White doesn't want to go for that. Queen d5, knight d5, bishop on c7 is attacked. Probably has to go back somewhere. I don't know. maybe to a5 or back on this diagonal. But in all cases, it seems like black has a very strong initiative. Lead in development, white's king can be a bit weak. Yeah, so she goes back here. Maybe knight d3 already can be played. Take, and then maybe with the bishop, I would probably prefer. Are we completely unplugged, Felix? What do you mean? You mean if we're analyzing with or without an engine? Is that your question? Yeah, let's go to this game where the Berlin against d4 was played. As we've discussed earlier, typically white recaptures with the queen. Actually surprised here that Dinara went for the line with knight takes d4 after 3 minutes of thinking. As we've seen earlier, this is the main line when white has both two moves, bishop g5 and e4. Which asks some questions, but generally black is very solid in both of those lines. This is supposed to be generally very much okay for black. So about your question, Aditya, we are not fully unplugged, but we just have the evaluation. I don't see any moves, so we just have the eval bar, which I think is probably the best way to analyze. Knight d3, bishop takes d3, bishop e4. Ah, that's what you're saying in the previous game. Ah, so to give a check here with bishop e4. Yeah, that's actually also possible. Might even be more precise. I agree. That would have been another choice for black. So back to this game. Actually, in the Austrian Bundesliga where I just played, one of my teammates had a game that ended like this. It went knight f6, bishop f4, knight d5, bishop d2. But the game was not in fact prearranged. Yeah, they just my teammate got caught in this line with white. He didn't expect it, and then they went for the repetition. But bishop e7 was played, which I believe also is okay. Generally, I think black has quite a couple of choices. I believe that even bishop e4 is pretty much okay for black here. Bishop e7, e4, took on c3, short castle, and white does have some slight space advantage, but I think it probably doesn't matter as much here, because one pair of minor pieces have already been exchanged. If black still has a knight on e7 and white has a knight somewhere on f3, then it's probably a bit of a different story, because it's going to be more difficult for black to untangle. So this is the current life position with a4, intending to hit the queen with a5. What happens after rook d8? I guess a5 should be played. Just a bit concerned of the pin. Queen c5, how do you solve these issues? I guess you can go knight b3, probably have to. And if rook d1, then white can take on c5. I mean, black can also go back, maybe queen c7, for example. Yeah, that seems like a good move, and then taking on c3 on the next move. Also ruining white's pawn structure, should be equal. Felix, are you in college? I am not. I'm a self-employed chess player and coach, YouTuber, whatever you can name. Yeah, at least they didn't go for bishop d2 c1. Yeah. Okay, let's go to this game. What is happening here? So last where we left it off was here when black played knight d4, h3, queen d7. There are quite a few funny tricks. Like I think I saw one game at some point which went something like this. Here it's probably not winning, but there are those tricks sometimes with bishop h3 with the point that if white takes, then there's knight f3 winning the queen. As an amateur player who pays to play over the board games, I always avoid draws because it feels like a waste and it sometimes costs me a point. How do you have to pay for your over the board games? Like, where is it that you're playing in some round robin tournaments where there's like an entrance fee, or because typically, I mean, you have some entrance. There's typically like an entrance fee, but It's usually not that much, right? If it is, then I get your point. Yeah, like if you're paying a lot of money to play chess and then just make quick draws, then what's the point? So h3, queen d7. Now white can really not castle short. Knight d7, knight d5. Not sure why a5, a4 was played exactly. I mean, it's a useful move, but you will also not have the option to cast the queenside later on, which I'm not sure if you want to do, but after a4 you can definitely not think about it anymore. So knight d7, knight d5, castle, knight c1. Looks a bit artificial to me. I don't know, maybe I would take and take on d4, go back with the bishop. Should be around equal. Knight c1 has the idea to kick out the knight without it getting exchanged. So that was the idea. c5, c3, knight c6, now h4. And h5 has been played. Now white would really like to have this knight on f3 where it can jump to g5. But it's a bit misplaced on c1. So black is definitely doing pretty well here. At least it looks like it. Computer still says it should be around equal, but seems like black has achieved quite a lot. Knight c1 interesting. Yeah, it is an interesting idea. Sometimes it can be quite good in those positions, but it looks a bit artificial to me. Not sure how exactly black could make use of that in a better fashion, because I think that f5 is still a bit too early here. Actually, it's the best move. My point was if c3. Actually, what is my point? I was thinking if I can take on e4. That's not the right way. Like, I thought that if white would go for this, it would be quite dangerous. With the king on e1, doesn't look so great for white. Yeah, so f5 would have been a more dynamic continuation at this point. But this is the live position now. Bishop g4 was played, so black is using immediately the square for the bishop. Of course, white can kick it out with f3, but after that, the knight on d5 is going to be hanging because the bishop on g2 is not looking at this diagonal anymore. Okay, let's go back to this game. So, as someone pointed out, there was this intermezzo with bishop b4 check earlier, which could have been interesting. But black took immediately, and anyway, bishop b4 is probably not running away. Could have also played that immediately now, which would have been the best move. King d1, and now king d7, still not the best. Something like a6. I wasn't so sure if this is like such a huge advantage. Like computer says almost -2 here. I guess king d7 and then trying to break with c3 at the right time could be one idea. I've been following your game since the Orvona Open last year. Always find your opening ideas and plans very interesting. Firstly, watched you on Chess India interview with Shagar. Wow, that was a pretty long time ago. I remember the interview with Shagar. I think that was it in 2018, 2019? That was also in India, by the way. I was playing the under 18 World Youth Championship back then. But thank you, I really appreciate it. And you've been there from the start, yeah? Like, I remember I started with the Orvona Open, which I played last year. That was the first time I recorded any recaps. All right. What do you mean? You were playing some HGRP? What do you mean by that? So this is the live position. By the way, guys, is it, if some of you are on Lichess, is it visible that I'm streaming, or is it not? Like for people who are just on Lichess, I'd be quite curious because I think it's not. Yeah, I was playing in the under 18 back then, I believe. Should have been 2019. Okay, what's happening here? In that game, it's basically happened what we've been analyzing. So rook d8 was played, a5, queen c5, knight b3 is forced, queen c7 back, precise move, bishop, queen to c1, and some trades on c3. Interesting endgame. Black has the better pawn structure and should be completely fine, but also the pawn on a5 is important for white. If it would be on a2, then maybe it could be a bit trickier for white. But with this pawn being here, the b7 pawn is always going to be fixed as sort of a weakness. And black has a hard time to get out the bishop, at least on b7. But still, black can play like king e7, maybe bishop d7, bishop c6, or just tuck it away on e8. And sooner or later, put pressure on the pawn on c3. Should be very much equal. Yeah, time control is 15 plus 10, by the way. I think I've mentioned it already earlier, but just to make sure everyone is aware, 15 plus 10 is the time control. Okay, let's go back to this game. So knight c1 was played here. This is what we've seen earlier. And here is where we left off the position. Yeah, bishop g4 also prepares knight takes d5, since that wouldn't be possible immediately, because then c6 and e6 are attacked and white is winning a piece. But after queen d2 it was possible to take. Now knight e7. Computer is screaming that black has something better. Is it knight d4? Is that possible? Oh, that's just ridiculous, right? Yeah, that's ridiculous. I was missing bishop h6. Leeches is not showing my stream. That's a shame. I'll try to work on that. Would be nice to reach some more people, because I see that actually there are 60 viewers in Leeches watching the tournament. Or maybe some of you guys can tell them to join our stream. Stream is not visible on Leeches. Yeah, do you know if there's any way to fix it? I think probably what needs to be done is to write leeches.org in the title. That is probably the way to solve it. I should work on that later. Yeah, so knight e7 was played. Maybe knight a5 is one idea, but it looks a bit strange. Yeah, the computer prefers that move. But it looks a bit strange to just put the knight here, because what is black doing if white just plays queen c2 now? Also b4 might be a threat. Yeah, I need to add leeches to the title. Thank you, Arthur. I'll try to do that immediately. I think that would be nice. So this is the current live position now. Okay. Let me try to put leeches into the title. Oh my god, now of course Google needs me to verify. I mean, that's an absolute joke. Now it should work. So leeches.org, and how is it always like you should always write the language too, right? Okay. I think if you guys refresh the video, then the title should have been refreshed. Yeah, looks good. Let's see if it worked. Thank you for your tips. Thanks for helping me out, everyone. Yes, I am, yeah. It's always good to root for the people who are playing for your country. And I think now it's added on leeches. So thanks guys for the tip. It's been a long time that I streamed on leeches. Actually been a long time that I streamed in general. What do you think about log bait? What's that? Please enlighten me. I don't know that. Now it is showing, yeah. Thank you, Mohammed. Appreciate it. That was really nice of you guys. Yeah, so that's the position now. It seems like white has sort of stabilized. It seemed like this move knight a5 was pretty strong here, just to gain some time, but I'm not sure what black is supposed to do after this. Maybe c4? Yeah, that's the good move. But it doesn't seem like black wants to really alter the pawn structure here, because white is the one having the doubled pawn, so I think knight e7 generally is quite a logical move. But this pawn with c4, knight c3 now is good, and king h7, I would be a bit worried about white starting some action here now. With g4 take h5. Does look a little bit scary. I mean, white still doesn't have so many attackers, but Eline Rubers is generally a very, very gifted attacking player. So I think that she will definitely think about this. She goes a5 first. More positional, actually. But objectively, maybe even better than g4. It's not so sure. Rook b8. I don't know if she wants to prepare b6, but... yeah, players are already running a bit low on time. It's more of a blitz game now than a rapid game. Yeah, a5 is trying to keep things close, but I'm not sure that it's actually necessary here, because now black might actually be able to open some stuff up, yeah, with b6. Which wouldn't be possible. Like b5 is probably never really going to work here anyway, because white can just take and take with a knight. After a5 rook b8, at least black might wanna play b6. Of course, after taking, it's also gonna weaken the a6 pawn, but at least black has a target on b2 there. Now knight e4. Bishop e4, that's what I was expecting. Because white doesn't want to take back with the f pawn, I assume. Because then the d3 pawn is not really doing anything, it's just blockaded. And black can maybe even play slowly. I don't know if something like this is ridiculous, but that would be one idea, or just to push f5 immediately. Also looks quite reasonable. Maybe even queen g4, I don't know if this is an idea. Trying to go after that pawn. Knight a4, then b4 after rook b8. Even in this position, yeah. Yeah, that's actually the best move, it seems. And it's one pretty good way to put sense into this plan with a5. I didn't think about this so much. But now rook b1 probably first and then b4. Strategically speaking, white can be doing pretty well here. But of course rook b1 still the knight on a4 is hanging, so maybe knight b6 first and then rook b1 and b4. I'm not sure if you can go b4 right away because it could run into some e4 stuff. But this is what happened in the game. D takes e4 was played now, and wow, b5. Thought it was also logical to play f5 here. Maybe it's actually not doing so much. I was hoping to get an f4. Like for example, something like this I thought could be quite interesting. And if white takes, had a feeling that there should be some compensation somewhere given. I don't know, this exchange sacrifice is probably a bit too much, but Like this shouldn't work here. It's a typical idea in the King's Indian, but I'm not in time to establish a blockade on the f4 square, so cannot really work. Bishop d4, then bishop e3. Also don't like it. What can black do here? Maybe just take on b2. Is that an idea? Also bad. I don't know why. Not queen b2, then rook b1 now. Yeah, what is the problem here? I know that we're drifting off here a little bit. I was curious how black should proceed now. This can't be an idea, right? It's actually not such a bad move. Thinking about bishop h6. Computer is still showing equality here, but I'm not sure how exactly. How do I become an IM? That means you must already be an FM. So that means that you're already on the right track. If I try to think back on how I became an international master, so I think I was 16, 15 or 16. I'm not sure. I think I was 15 when I became an IM. It mostly came down to playing quite a few tournaments, I would say. So getting practice. Of course, also working on your own chess. I still remember when I was around that strength, I worked quite a lot with different books and just tried to solve many exercises and keep myself busy with anything connected to chess, basically. So I would say try to think a lot about chess in general and follow live games. That's another pretty important thing. Like that's been my routine now for many years, that I all the time watch the current top events, because first of all, you can see what the strong players are playing in the opening. You might get some inspiration, and of course also the way they are playing certain positions. I think it's an easy way to get something out of it, and it's also quite enjoyable to just watch some events, maybe some commentary too. Always really love to watch Peter Lecco commentate, for example. There you can actually also learn quite a lot. Yeah, so let's get back to this. In Laura Unuk's game, she was in quite some trouble after the opening, but then it seems like she came back. Now the material was level, but all of a sudden black does have some weaknesses. Like the pawn on c4 can become weak, and pawn on a6 too. Especially after knight d5 now, because why not rook a1? What is the problem here? I thought it's natural to go after this pawn. And another question is if it's even threatened to take, like that would be quite a funny trap. I was actually not sure if this can be a good move. But it seems like it is, and my idea was that if white takes, then I have c3. If king d3 now can take on c2, take on b2, and there is no king c2, but now I'm seeing that there is a check, and then maybe rook b7. Also knight d2 is there. Knight d2 is there, of course. But knight b4 is winning. That's nice. Winning the exchange. Welcome to another VIP Patreon. Thank you for subscribing and thank you for supporting me. So actually after rook a1, it's not even a threat to take on a6 no matter what. Like even if I play a move like this, still don't threaten to take, I would assume, because there's going to be c3. And if this, then this. You became an IM at 15, I started chess at 19. Well, everyone is different when it comes to that. Like, can't influence when Someone shows you chess. I was lucky that it was shown to me while I was still in kindergarten. Yeah, that's a nice move, 91. Putting pressure now on this bishop on d3. Because it's all of a sudden it's a bit clumsy. And cannot really go anywhere. Knight b6 was played. Maybe knight b4 could be a bit better. Or not? My idea was to take back with the pawn, but there's rook c7 now. That's an issue. Who introduced you to chess? In kindergarten. There was like a project for the kids there. And I learned it there. Well, now that I think about it, can you go bishop f1 here? Looks ridiculous, but I guess that black should not give away the bishop on d3 at no matter the cost. And this is also the best move. Also, if the knight moves, then maybe you can even grab the pawn on g2. Anyway, this is the current live position, and black is up in exchange, but white has 2 pawns and very active pieces, so white should definitely be the one pressing here. Let's go back to Wagner Dinara's game, where it seems like she outplayed her formidable opponent in this endgame. King f8, rook b1 was played, knight d7. Rook b1 is a nice move, actually, because now bishop d7 could run into knight c5. b7 is weak. Maybe king e7 first is an idea, but then still knight c5. You know what I like here? Rook d7. I like that move. It might also be one of the... Yeah, it seems like this is the best move. I think that's quite instructive. You want to play rook c7 next? Guard against knight c5, and then b7 is going to be protected, and then you can get out your pieces. The rook on c7 is going to be both a defender and also an attacker of the c3 pawn. Knight d7 was played, f3, king e7. And now black is struggling to develop, it seems, yeah? Especially now there might be some ideas with a6 and then some forks on c6. So e5 was played, knight f5 check. e5, yeah, is giving away some squares, also the d5 square. g6, knight e3, a6. And it seems like this is the position, knight c5, knight takes a6. This now finally worked. It did not work earlier because the rook on b8 is still protected by the knight on d7. Yeah, I became an FM when I was 13, I believe. That's right. So this trick now worked. K7, rook d8, and that's the live position. Where is the win for white? That's the question. And I can imagine that a position like this should also be technically winning. And bishop d5 is coming, then a6 would be a threat. If something like this, rook b5 is possible, protecting a5 and e5 too. Hello Zane, welcome to the stream. Are you playing Rapid and Blitz in Doha? I am not this year. We've already talked about it earlier in the stream. I was playing this event for many years now, and first of all, like I didn't even qualify by rating, that's one thing, and I also didn't win any of the state championships this year. Might have been able to get a wild card, but anyway, I thought it would be nice to get 1 year of a break, so that I can also cover the event from home and enjoy some time off maybe. Yeah, I believe that Dinara has good winning chances here, but it's not as over as the computer indicates, I think, because there's not so much material left here. If black is able to exchange bishops, for example, the drawing chances would increase drastically. And after bishop d5, already we can see now it's not such a big advantage anymore. I don't know why that is. Hang on, can I just take here? What is her plan? Maybe she wants to go to this endgame. But now black will really have drawing chances, like especially now the king has to, I don't know where the king has to go, but probably somewhere passive. I don't think that you should just give up this g2 pawn. Where in Vienna is this being played? Open to the public. Today it is played in the City Hall, which is an absolutely fantastic spot. If some of you guys played the Vienna Chess Open at some point, then you might know that location. The Vienna Chess Open was played for many, many years. It only stopped a couple of years ago, unfortunately. And it was also played in the City Hall. And tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, it's going to be played at the House of Sport, also in Vienna, also a pretty nice location too. Even the mayor of Vienna was there today at the opening ceremony, as far as I'm informed. As an active GM, do you have any thoughts on the O'Kelly Sicilian? It's playable for sure. I mean, it's not the greatest of openings if we're speaking objectively, but it's definitely playable. It's also not as bad as people are saying, that's for sure. Yeah, that's going to be a long endgame grind, I believe. In the meanwhile, it looks like Laura Unuk has won her game. Yeah, against Maria Muzichuk. So this is where we left things off, somewhere here. Laura picked up another pawn, now 3 pawns for the exchange and two pretty well coordinated minor pieces. So especially practically speaking, this is generally quite difficult for black to hold, and yeah, it was more of an easy win. Knight f5 threatening knight e7, which Maria fell into here, and black resigned. Of course, black could have still made some resistance, like, I don't know, maybe rook f8 is a move, for example, just not to blunder into knight e7, but I think, practically speaking, this should also be losing. Yeah, so I think Wagner-Dinara's game is going to be a grind. I mean, maybe it's going to be a quick draw too, that's possible. Like, I don't know if... this probably doesn't work. Bishop d5 is coming. But it should be a draw by now for black. I have genuine doubt, which I believe is a thing, is holding you down. If Vidit became a GM at 19 years old and is top world class player, you also became GM at 20. Why you don't try to follow the same path? I think it's just a matter of interest too. Like, of course, I like playing chess and really enjoy it, but I also really enjoy doing other things like commentary, for example. So that's the thing. Looks like Olga Badelka is winning her first game against Eline Rubers. So we saw the position somewhere at this point. b5 was a good move. b4 counter-attacking well. Take on c4, take on c5. And that's a nice maneuver. Knight c8, just improving the knight to a better square on d6. Of course, white has the bishop here, but generally white's dark squares tend to be a bit weak, and f5 is a nice move in the spirit of the King's Indian. Rook c1, take on e4, rook f8, and bishop h6 is finally coming out to activate the bishop on this diagonal. And at least practically speaking, it looks very difficult for white to hold this. Like, computer still says around equal, but practically I think that it's very difficult to defend. So this knight d4 coming in. And now already with e takes d4, it's quite scary. Bishop f5 was played. It's computers still give zeros here, but I'm not sure how actually. Yeah, difficult position. Any tips on how to improve, calculate for newbies? Solve some tactics, like Lichess or chess.com both have some pretty nice resources for that. And yeah, that's the tip I would give you. Of course, if you like books, there are also many nice puzzle books. Just try to solve a lot of puzzles. That should help you. Yeah, so Badelka won, and it looks like Dinara Wagner is also about to win her game. So here, this was imprecise, allowing bishop d5, but I was actually not so sure what else black can do if taking on c4 is not possible. Moving the king also seems a bit risky because it would allow c5. a1 is natural. I don't know if something like this can be considered, but you know, maybe you can play for some dark squares and just move away the bishop. Maybe bishop a4 could come. This might have been a better way to defend. Anna tried to activate her rook and get counterplay on the king side. But now we already see that she lost. Yeah. So the problem here for black is this: whenever she takes on d5, then white gets this connected, this protected passed pawn, and should slowly win by bringing the king over here. Also now rook b7 is a threat, of course. And yeah, rook e8 is a nice move. Now black is having quite a lot of difficulties, threatening bishop takes e6 and still taking runs into c takes d5. And pawn endgame will be lost. Like if rook e6, white can take and go king g3, pick up all of the pawns here. And now the rook endgame is losing too, because even the h pawn will fall as well. And now the h pawn, white's h pawn is running. So first round is concluded. We have 3 decisive games. Laura Unok winning against Maria Muzichuk, and Badelka winning with black against Eileen Rubers, and Wagner Dinara winning against Anna Muzichuk, the game we have just had a look at. How weird was the opening phase of this game, you think? I would say it's basically modern chess. Like there were, or you mean of Badelka's game, or in this one? Now I'm curious. Yeah, I didn't go to high school. Yeah, that's right, guys. Did not go to high school. Okay, I just got confirmation that there is going to be a small break. And the next round is supposed to start at 12:30. Of Badelka's opening. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a bit unorthodox, especially from the white side, but it's also not such a rare system, yeah. And I like the way that she just copied white's setup here. I've never really seen this being played so often with black. Here, just g6. Bishop c5 is more common, but I really like the approach, yeah. I will definitely note that down for the future. I mean, this g3 system, it was also played even in the candidates by Richard Rapport at some point, so it's not like it's super rare in the meantime. Yeah, so I'm going to be taking a small break. The next round is going to be at 12:30, so we'll be back around that time. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. See you soon. And welcome back everyone to the Ladies Cup 2025 and my commentary with that. The next round is supposed to start pretty quickly. 12:30 was the time which we were told, so I guess they should start any second. Now we have another view which I've worked on during the break, and we can switch in between the board view and also this view, which I hope is going to be useful for you guys. I like this view quite a lot. We can see all of the boards. So we have the duel between Anna Musicuk and Maria Musicuk. What do you think, guys? Is it going to end in a quick draw, or are they going to fight it out? What are your bets? I have honestly no clue what they're going to do. Typically, their games end peacefully. Yeah, Arthur agrees with me. Draw in Musicuk against Musicuk is Arthur's prediction. I tend to agree with him. And what do you guys think about the other games? Badalka won in the first round with the black pieces against Rubers. And now she plays against Laura Unuk. They actually played against each other just a couple of days ago in the Austrian Bundesliga, where Badalka won. And the games are starting. If you guys want to see a specific game, let me know. Then we can jump to that one. If you want to hear my thoughts on the opening stages. We see one Sicilian in the Musicuk encounter. Arthur says that Badalka and Robers will win and Musiciuks are gonna make a draw. Laura chooses quite an interesting move order with b6. I like this view very much. Appreciate it. Glad you like it. We see a King's Indian. Also between Badalka and Unuk is quite an interesting move order in the opening. Which games would you like to jump to, guys? What do you think? Which one is your favorite pick? Seems like a theoretical debate in the King's Indian is going on. Knight h2 by Anna, yeah, we can jump to that one perhaps. Let's change the board view. So here, this move order chosen by Anna Musicuk is mostly to try and avoid the Sveshnikov. Because after d4, what most players are going for nowadays is this line, the so-called Sveshnikov, which is quite a good opening for black. And with knight c3, the problem is if black goes knight f6, then white can go bishop b5. Of course, now you might ask, I can also go bishop b5 immediately, but now black does not have to go knight f6. It's also a possible move, but black can also play g6 or e6. Actually, if you're trying to play this from the black side, it might be quite a practical repertoire to play here knight f6, and after bishop b5 to play this Rossolimo, and if you're fine with playing knight f6 here, that would be good, because now you've anyway need to prepare against knight c3 from two different move orders. But Maria went for e5, which is supposed to be one of the other moves apart from g6, which can lead to an accelerated dragon. And here black generally is quite solid, but white does have the d5 square, and knight h2, as pointed out by Arthur before, is actually an idea to gain access to the d5 square, because white is intending to go knight g4 next, to exchange the knight on f6, and then we can use the d5 square for our knight. Knight d4 was played, knight g4 and bishop e6, and now knight e3. So now it was actually not her goal to trade. I guess this would also be possible, and then maybe put the knight to d5. But yeah, maybe black can play bishop g5 at the right time. Maybe castle first and then bishop g5. Aditya, you've seen knight d2 followed by f3. I guess you mean this line right here. How is it exactly? How does it go? I think it's something like this, knight f6, knight f1. With the same idea to get the knight to e3, but here black has some ideas like this to provoke f3 and then go back to e6 with the bishop. I think there are some lines like this. Who's your favorite chess junior? Oof. Who is even in the juniors list currently? Who is there? Not sure. I mean, Erdogan is of course one of the strongest. But there are so many currently. It's hard to pick one. Who's your favorite, Aditya? It was not Aditya's question. It was Muhammad's question. Who is your favorite junior player? Born after 2003, huh? Still 2003? Is it not? It must be 2004 or 2005, right? 2003 still junior? I have a hard time believing that. Because I played the last time in the Junior World Championship a couple of years ago. It must have been 2022. Like this official juniors. I think it stops if you reach 21 by age. But generally from the new generation of players, I mean, Firouzja is always very interesting to watch, that's for sure. He has this very interesting style to follow, so I would say him. Okay, it seems like Arthur's and my prediction might have been wrong, and I think the Musichuks are actually playing a fighting game. Yeah, Notterbeck is also one of the picks for sure. He also has this uncompromising style. Also a very interesting player. I also really like Nihal, by the way. Like his playing style, I've always really enjoyed watching too. Okay, let's see what is going on in the other games. So this is Badialka against Unuk, which saw a pretty unstandard move order. So it was c4, e6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, and now b6. I've checked this some time ago because the idea is now you can go for a Queen's Indian. I mean, yeah, the point is if knight f6, knight c3, I mean, I guess her idea was to go for Carlsbad. If white goes knight c3 now on the second move to go for d5. And now she's trying to transpose to some type of Queen's Indian, and it does give white the option to go e4, but it's actually not all that bad for black, because after bishop e7, e4 is hit, and e5 does open up this diagonal, and typically black is quite happy here after knight e4. So that's a way you can confuse your opponent if you're playing the Queen's Indian with this move order. That's possible for sure. e4, bishop e7, but Elka went for d3. And now d5 maybe is asking for some trouble. I would be thinking about going c5 instead, and then trying to transpose to some type of hedgehog. And if e5 now, I guess knight g4. Even knight g8 is possible, because e5 can become quite weak pretty quickly. If h3, just go back knight h6. Cannot take on f3 and on e5 because the rook on a8 is still hanging, yeah. But if knight h6 back, then e5 is going to be weak, yeah. Sometimes black can even take on f3 and then go knight c6. That's quite a common idea in those structures. And it can become difficult to protect this pawn. Also, after taking on f3, this knight can then maybe come to d4 too. But d5 was played, Badialka took e5, and now Unuk is thinking, I guess knight d7 and d4 could come, and then black should play for c5, but in those positions, black often has the problem where to go with his king, or with her king in this case. I don't know, maybe bishop d3, bishop e7, short castle. And whenever short castle comes, there might be some ideas here, like bishop h7 doesn't work just yet, but maybe something like this can be considered. Some ideas like this on the king side. But this is the current live position as it is looking. In the meantime, let's have a look at the game between Dinara Wagner and Aline Rubers. So it started with the King's Indian. Actually, let's start from the beginning. D4, knight f6, c4, g6. Isn't this a really good version of the c4, knight f6, knight c3, e6, e4 line? Yeah, it is. You're talking about the last game. It definitely is. Like in Badako's game, white is having a very nice position already. Like, I think that d5 was definitely the thing, the problem. Also bishop e4, I'm not so sure it's the most precise because I'm not sure that black wants to give up the bishop in most cases. But black is already under some pressure here, that's certain. Anyway, I wanted to speak about the King's Indian game. Probably interesting to some of you guys. So now this line with d5 was played. By the way, in my King's Indian course, for those of you who are interested and haven't seen it just yet, I'm recommending the line with knight a6, which I believe has not really been recommended anywhere else before. And another point by playing this line, this move order, after short castle now you can go e5, is that you're actually avoiding this specific line with e5, d5. Because after knight a6 now, white still needs to make a move. So this is quite a modern line, at the same time also quite a classical line. So bishop e3 is played. Now black generally always responds to that with knight g4, because if you go typically with knight a6, it's also possible, but I've always been taught to avoid some stuff like this when white can start attacking with g4. Recently, I've seen someone play like this, knight e7, knight c5, and then f5. This appears to be possible too for black. But this is quite a standard way to reply here. Knight g4, bishop goes back to h4. Yeah, the knight drops back to h6. Anyway, it's going to be attacked very quickly. And now g5 and f5. I think I've covered basically the same position in my course, just that the knight is on a6 and not the pawn on a5. But it should be quite similar. I'm wondering though where things went wrong for black, or if it was all okay. Very standard King's Indian, a4 gaining space on the queen side, a3 stopping the pawn but also weakening the b3 square. And a computer that doesn't like c6 very much here. I wonder what else black could do. Another question is if you can go for f4, yeah? Like, for example here, if you can set up this position with h5, let's just say white makes a move like this, h5, then I think black would be doing fairly okay, because white will never probably take here. a4 is protected, the knight could come to d6. And otherwise it's going to be difficult for white to make progress. For black too, probably, because pushing g4 is also going to come with certain risks. Why h3, you ask? You mean here, yeah? Well, she played so quickly, which means that it was probably, might have still been part of her preparation. As far as I know, this h3 is important because if you go queen c2 immediately, there could be some ideas with g4. At least that was what I've analyzed for my course. And all of a sudden, actually, the king set is opening up. I guess white could maybe think about castling queen set, but some ideas with knight b4 maybe. I don't know where the queen would go. Also, queen g5 might be coming later. Yeah, I mean, I am weakening the dark squares a little bit by pushing g4, but I also don't see a way for white to make use of that at the very moment. Like, I don't know, maybe I can start with queen g5 here, for example. It's also possible for white to play like this. I'm just trying to elaborate the idea why white played h3. It's not like this is bad for white, but the idea is to stop g4. I hope that became clear. And yeah, here c6 is not liked very much by the computer, but it's a very typical idea. Pawn on d6, of course, can become weak, but I don't really see a way for white to exploit that. Because if you take on c6, then also, like, I don't know how I take now, probably b takes c6 and try to use the open b file for my rooks. So king a2 was played, rook c8, bishop f2. Now taking on d5, and yeah, now if white can take with a knight on d5, then it might be a bit risky for black. So this is the current position, and it seems like white is fully in charge, strategically speaking, because it seems like the queen side is fully fixed. Maybe white can go for something like king to a1. Still, now I don't know if this can be considered, because typically I would like to take back with a pawn, which now runs into knight b3. The game is still not over, that's for sure, yeah? Especially after h4, I'm not sure that this is so much in white's interest. Because after g4, now, I don't know, maybe I will play g3 at some point. Not sure if this was completely necessary. Maybe queen c3 could be another idea, just trying to get the queen to b4. I think an exchange of queens would be fantastic for white. Could even think about taking b takes c3. Even that would be possible, trying to exploit the b file. Also looks very good for white. I feel 10 years ago we would never consider h3 seriously. Yeah, perhaps. I mean, I don't know if it's I guess it's difficult for humans to understand that black has the idea to go g4. Mohammed, you hate playing less base games, then the King's Indian is definitely not for you. Knight b1, c3, too optimistic. I mean, in the very end, here knight b1. Another possible idea. The c4 pawn is not going to be as well protected, but probably black cannot really make use of that. Did she play knight b1? I think she did. She did play your move, yeah? She did play your move, Aditya. Have you played against Eileen? I did in 2022, I believe, in the European Individual Championship, and I made a draw against her. First, I was in some trouble in the opening, then I was trying to press some endgame, but she defended well and the game ended in a draw. b5 was played very much in Eileen's style, opening up the queen side. If white takes, what is the idea? Maybe just to open up the c file and hope for some tricks, yeah. There are still some practical chances for black, no doubt about that. You want to castle quickly, so you play e4 only. I guess it's easier to castle quickly if you play e4, yeah? Like, logically speaking. However, I need to say, if you also want to castle quickly, you can also consider playing the ready. You can just play knight f3, g3, bishop g2, short castle against everything, which black does. Then you'll also have no issues castling. Maybe even quicker than an e4 in some lines. Let's see how Badelka's game is going. So this is where we left it off. Bishop b4, bishop d3, and now bishop a6. Yeah, black is losing a lot of time here. I mean, of course, exchanging this bishop is very much in her favor. But now also the d5 pawn is hanging, so black needs to spend another tempo with c6. Okay, rook e1 was played, but white, I would be thinking about knight e2 here. Maybe knight f4, then e6 could be an idea, or also the knight on h5, or even on f5 could be very, very nasty for black to handle. In Ruy Lopez, you have some ideas, yeah? I will tell you a funny story now. Another tournament actually started yesterday in Vienna, a GM tournament, which I happen to be the tournament director of. And in one of the games, it was an international master from Bosnia, Chulum, very young and talented guy, who played against Grandmaster Pechac. And in the Ruy Lopez, Pechac unleashed this variation with Queen f6. Some of you guys seen that line already? Pechac played it and he actually made a draw from the black side. This is the type of move which you probably have seen at some point, but never bothered to have a serious look at, because the computer is just saying how bad it is. But in the game, it turned out fine. Like, it went something like this: bishop c5, and I think c3, knight e7, d4, bishop a7, something like that. Or maybe rook e1 first and h6. I think the game went something along those lines. Yeah, Pechac is the guy who also played one knight h3. Generally, very creative player. Yeah, just a quick story on the side. H4 maybe he also played, or A4. He played many moves. Many random moves in the past. But he's a very good player. And the thing is also about him and about many others. Like, if strong players are playing these systems, in most cases they do have some idea behind it. Like, also when Pechac played this yesterday, I'm quite sure that he checked it seriously and had some ideas in mind. Anyway, that was just a quick side story. Dotzer played a nice game yesterday. Yeah, I agree. He beat Valentin Baidetsky, who is one of the players who has already played for the national team in the past, alongside myself. Yeah, played a very nice game and managed to keep his form from the Croatian League, where he managed to achieve a Grandmaster norm. Very young and talented guy. I think 15 years old now, almost 2,500. If I would have to give a guess, he would become the next Grandmaster in Austria. Maybe also Baidetsky though, because he still needs only one GM norm. Do you have any recommendations for black against e4 that is not the Caro or the French? Is that your question? Okay, let's change to this view. So there have been some exchanges in the Mosichuk encounter. Dinaro's position now also appears to be level again. Yasser once said that players from America, Canada, play a3, h3 to avoid preparation and have best chance at winning. Well, I'm not sure that that's really necessarily relevant nowadays. Maybe it used to be, but nowadays everyone has access to the computer, so it doesn't really matter where you're from. You can analyze openings or study courses or study books no matter where you are. The sisters are playing a Rui Lopez suddenly. Yeah, the structure is quite reminiscent of it. We can actually jump to that game quickly. So let's see what happened here. So this is where we left it off. A4 just avoiding b5 for good. A6 knight d5. Not sure that had to be played. Maybe white could also cast a short, because exchanges typically help black in this position. Now bishop g5, another exchange, especially with a bad bishop. And in this position, all black needs to achieve is to now finally exchange this knight, which seems like she was able to do that now with knight f4. Maybe I'd be thinking about queen g4 here, which appears to be the best move. And if black takes and now goes knight f4, now first of all I don't need to take even. Maybe I go knight b6, then g3, a5. Maybe put my knight to c4, and white has a very, very pleasant position. But c3 was played, knight f4, trade everything, and now the positions should be around equal, especially that black had the chance to play b5 now. With white I would probably use the chance to play something like a5 or maybe queen b6 too, not to allow black to push the b pawn. Yeah, and now it seems quite drawish. B takes c3 coming on the next move. Still, if someone can be better, it's probably white, even though the computer screams zeros here, just because the pawn on d6 might be a small target. But yeah, if, for example, black takes here and goes rook b6, I don't think there's any way for white to make use of that. Yeah, looks like a Rui Lopez, but it actually came from this line in the anti-Sveshnikov. Okay, let's go back to the other view once again. So Badelka is still clearly better as far as I can see, with Laura's king being a little bit in danger on e8, and Elin having serious chances to fight back in this King's Indian encounter. Queen e7 played by Laura. Queen a8 played by Eileen. That's an interesting move. You want me to jump to that game, guys, or is there another game you'd like to follow? I personally find Italian game very unpleasant, never winning at that low. Well, that's why it's popular nowadays. That's why it's popular. Italian is a good opening. Italian is a good opening, but you can definitely explore some of the modern systems. Like sometimes black even has ideas to play with g6 or g5 and fianchetto the bishop to g7. I made a video on that recently about the best opening ideas of the FIDE World Cup, and that system was actually played by Grandelius with h6 and g6, and can be quite interesting if you're trying to mix things up a little bit in the Italian. You have any recommendations for black against e4 that isn't the Caro or the French? Ah, that was your question, Zane. Thank you for clarifying. Well, if you don't like the Caro or the French, that doesn't leave too many other options. I guess only the Sicilian or e4, e5. I myself nowadays, I've played a lot of French in this year, and a lot of e5. Didn't play so much of the Sicilian, but I'm definitely intending to come back with the Sicilian. Don't tell anyone though, it should come as a surprise to my opponents. Feels like Badalka sold her advantage a bit short. Yeah, we can jump to that game actually. It seems like there could have been something more powerful there. Where is it? There we go. She still has a very nice position though, yeah. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But let's see where she could have improved on her play. So that was one moment, like rook e1 is not a bad move by any means. But the threat of e6 can be stopped with knight f8. Maybe she underestimated this move. I would have been very tempted to play knight e2, just to regroup the knight to either f4 or g3 and then start attacking black's king. So that was played in the game, knight g5, knight e6, and now queen g3. I guess taking the pawn on d4 is gonna be very dangerous, like, I don't know, e6 for example. Looks very risky for black, shouldn't go for that. So a3, take, short castle, and now h4. I don't see the problem with h4, like it's such a typical move here. Maybe f4 could also be considered. Computer also doesn't love it, but it's also good. Like I was thinking that this structure could be quite unpleasant for black. Can go for something like this and put pressure on f7. Could even think about something like this in the long run to hit h7. But black can probably still protect everything if she puts the queen on g6. Yeah, I like h4. It's not the top move by the computer, but it seems very reasonable to me. Maybe a4 instead of h4. You're an engine, man. You're an engine. It's best move in the position. I'm not even sure if bishop a3 is the biggest threat here. Maybe it is. Like if I go knight d7, does he want to go bishop a3? Ah, g5 is hanging. What am I talking about? Like now what? Still h4 seems like a good move, yeah. And now you could be thinking of going bishop a3 next. The game h4, h6 was played. And now I'm curious how she's going to react. You're unplugged, Aditya, huh? Then you're very strong. I like knight h3. I don't think that black should have exchanged on e6. Because now the position would be more difficult to break through. Black can maybe put the queen to f5, knight e7 at the right point. And knight h3, now this is going to be difficult to parry. I mean, king h8 was played, but now really f4 could be coming, among other things.
The French seems to be blown up very easily. I love the close structures much more and have had success against 2000 rated opponents as a 1650, 1700 rated player. Then why did you stop? Is there anything you don't like anymore, Zane? Yeah, if you guys become a member, then you will have access to all of the VIP videos, and also to all of the PGNs there. So for the members videos, I always provide the PGNs for that too. I'm a simple man. I see dark squared bishop and put the pawns on light squares. That's good, yeah. And also that's what Badelka did. She played h5. Maybe f4 was already possible. Computer likes it. Maybe she wasn't sure what if f5, because typically now you want to take and you need to find a concrete follow-up now. Maybe something as simple as queen g4. It's also good, but there is something stronger here. Can I think of something like this? f5, and if take here, my idea was some sacrifice like this. Also works, but not the strongest again. Maybe I can play rook a2 just. Yeah, this is the strongest move. Again, I just have the evaluation and the eval bar, but I don't see any concrete moves. So all of the moves I'm making are my own suggestions. Here the computer says around +5, yeah? Rook f2 or rook e2 is coming. So f4 was already possible, but she played h5, and now c5 was played, trying to counter in the center. Maybe bishop e3, protecting the pawn. Seems natural. Hey Sasha, welcome to the stream. I'm glad that you could make it. Hope you're having a good day. The tournament is now in round number 2. In the first round, there have been only decisive results. Now in this round, let's head back to the other view in a second. We already have one draw, which some of you have predicted correctly, between Anna Muzichuk and Maria Muzichuk. The sisters tend to have quite a peaceful, often tend to have quite peaceful results against each other. Yeah, d-Tech c5 has also surprised me in Badelka's game. Typically, you don't want to give up the center like this. I would have gone for bishop e3 instead, most likely. Yeah, rook a2, rook f2 are often ideas in Badelka's game, especially with f4. I don't like the Nimzowitsch and the Steinitz variations. Well, in the Steinitz, I together with Rainer Buhmann in my French course, we gave this line with a6 against the Steinitz, which I think has a less concrete reputation than some of the more modern lines, for example, with c-Tech d4 and queen b6. But it's a difficult line for sure from the black side, no doubt about that. You can try to look into the Wiener maybe. I've always been a bit afraid to dive deep into that. It's a very difficult line. Yeah, I don't mind the French exchange either. I think this is what we are all hoping for as French players. Yeah, so Badelka gave up her center, and now it seems like Unuk has some chances of survival. It doesn't seem so simple. Maybe, again, f5 is the right way to continue here. Let's go back to that game. So this is the position. Is f5 possible? It's the best move again. And if queen f5, I would be thinking of rook a2 again with the same idea. And I think black is just lacking one tempo, because if the knight would already be on c6, then she can probably consolidate with something like rook e8. But here, just rook f2 is coming, and probably black doesn't have any way to guard the knight on e6. Queen e3 was played, however. which gives away some of the advantage. But where does the knight even go? Is rook e8 possible? That's the best move, just stepping into the pin. Not sure how obvious that is to find, but it's sort of the only move, I guess, because if the knight moves, then the c5 pawn is going to be hanging. Yeah, now it's back to being unclear if black finds rook e8. Seems like Dinara is winning again. So the last time we saw the game was after h4 g4, queen d2 now, and queen to a8. What happens after knight b6? That's my question. I assume that this was her idea. And c3. And if queen d5, guess you have to... you don't have to take. What else? c2 or what? That's pretty sick, yeah? Everything is hanging. Computer says 0-0. I think that's all we need to know here. But what else can white do? This doesn't work. Just take a knight b3 or knight takes e4, I guess. But white had a winning advantage here even. Can I just go knight c3 just to block the pawn on c4? Yeah, that's the way to handle it. And then on the next move you can pick up the exchange and also pick up the pawn on d6. That's the way. In the game this was played, c takes b5, knight to g8, queen b4, knight b3, knight to g8 with the idea of bringing the knight to f6, but it seems like white still has a very good control over the d5 square. Knight d4 and king b1, I like the move, just stepping out of this diagonal. And it seems like white is in full control. Being up a full pawn and also having a nice bind over the d5 square. With white, have you looked into the Gioco Pianissimo? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I haven't played it as much. I think I only had one game in many years, funnily enough, against Eric Eisy. I played against Eric Eisy a couple of years ago. I actually had 2 games against him when he was still around 2600. But did not have the best memories of that game, as you can imagine. He completely outplayed me, then I even had a winning position at some point, but then he tricked me and I lost that game in the Italian. But you can definitely check out some of the modern lines in the Italian, like how they are playing it now with knight c3. I think this is generally quite a practical approach, this line with knight c3. Sidestepping most of the theory, and white has often simple plans. For example, what they're doing often is to go into a structure like this and then play for some kingside attacking ideas. It seems like Unuk is taking over, by the way. What happened here? Oof, queen sacrifice, but not with the right follow-up. So here white had to find a precise move. What is it? Is it possibly rook b1? Not the best move. Maybe I can take here. No, I cannot do that because then bishop f4 is coming and I pick up b8. Yeah, but Delka sacrificed the queen. But did not find the right follow-up. Question if I play any other games. I do play some Fortnite sometimes. Maybe you can beat me there. Also used to play Minecraft a couple of years ago. So knight f4 was the wrong follow-up. What do you guys think? I mean, rook b1 seems like a logical move to me, but it's not the best. I have a feeling that there could be some type of perpetual check here, which black might have. But also difficult to see. But with knight f4, she definitely missed queen c6. Now attacking the rook and at the same time trying to unpin by removing the knight. Okay, 6, queen d7, and f6. And knight c6 now. on the board. Still, anything can happen here, I think, because black's king can become a bit unsafe. Bishop f4 instead of rook b1. Yeah, that's actually quite logical. Yeah, why not bishop f4? Thank you for telling me. Rook e6 probably doesn't do much because then I can take on f5. You're not pinning my knight anymore. I could even take on c3 maybe. It's even better. But yeah, bishop f4 would have been strong here. That's true. So rook e8 was played, rook e1, rook e6. How is she gonna take back? If she takes with a knight, then there's a knight fork threatened. She does take with a knight. I would assume that black should go queen f7 on the board. I guess fg7. Yeah, still a lot of room to go wrong for black here. By the way, Eliane Rubers is taking over her game too, if we can jump back to that. A lot of crazy complications happened here. So king b1 was played, she took on f3, and knight b6 was wrong. What else could she have done here? Maybe push the b pawn, is that possible? b6 is a good move. And after queen b7, still not so simple. I take on a4, yeah. Then maybe something like queen a7, queen a6, bishop a6. In the game, knight b6, and now this exchange sacrifice was played. If knight takes c4, then black can probably also take on e4. So this was in the game, a b4, now giving the advantage to black. I guess knight c7 would have still been best. Now white is up a full exchange, but black is having all these central pawns plus the bishop here. Now winning back the piece on e4. And now it seems like black is in control. Actually, not even an exchange. Black has 2 pieces now. 2 pieces for the rook. B pawn is running, but should not go anywhere because the bishop on e4 is protecting the b7 square. Yeah, all players pretty low on time. As we've seen earlier, Musichuks played a draw against each other. But those 2 remaining games, all of the players are in pretty big time trouble. E4, D4, which do you think is better for 1600 to 1800 ELO range? Generally, I would say that the recommendation is for that rating range to play E4 rather than other things, just because you should learn to play more open positions, more complicated positions when you're starting out, and later on you can definitely switch to some other lines like D4, knight f3, C4 stuff. Yeah, now it seems like most of the hope is gone for Bodelka. The only trick I can see is if black now goes queen f3, then I might have a perpetual with rook e7, rook e8. Because the king cannot escape since rook f7 picks up the queen. So this is one last trick, I guess, but black should go for something like queen d5, rook e7, king g8, and then the king can most likely escape via f6. She played queen g7. That's a good move too, hitting g4. And if rook e4, I assume d3. Maybe we would see something like this now. d1 queen. And winning for black, but still needs to convert it, unless I'm blundering some immediate stuff. Aha, so king f2, tricky move. Because queen takes g4, is that again would it be a perpetual? Probably not. King f6 is coming out. So queen g4 might have been possible. But d3 was played and now knight f5, and you cannot take on e2 now because now white would actually be winning in this pawn endgame, being a pawn up. And black doesn't have any checks. Still, if you take on d4, then it is actually a draw, because now after rook e7, the king cannot go to g8 due to knight takes h6. And apart from that, black needs to go for the repetition now. And we are back to 0-0 now. Queen c3 was played, rook to e7 check, and king to g8. Still, how does white continue now? Do you take on h6? Then king f8 is coming. Difficult. Rook d7 was played, which is losing now. Is this an idea? No, it doesn't work, just queen d2. Okay, what if you take on h6, also losing? Seems like there was only one way to hold here, but don't really see it. Let's follow on let's continue with the live position. Queen e1 check. And I guess d2 is coming. What does white play? Knight e3, is that the idea? Has to be played, yeah, to stop the pawn. That must be the idea. Rook e8, rook e7, you mean in the earlier position, right? Well, I thought that the king cannot... It can escape via f6, but maybe here there's knight d6. That's the idea, because king f6 runs into knight e4, forking. And if king g7, then I have the repetition, yeah? That's the idea. So rook e8, king f7, and knight d6. That's how to save a draw. Yeah, now we have this position. This game might still take a while, because black obviously has pretty good winning chances, but it's not an easy conversion by any means. And knights are always tricky. As someone who never touched e4, I have zero feel for various e4 structures. Yeah, many people have this, have those struggles. And I think at some point it's quite good to then try out some other positions, because if you want to improve as a player, you need to try out other things at some point. Especially if you're hitting sort of a stagnation, then it might be time to switch things up a little bit. Computer is not a huge fan of including a4, maybe because the rook can protect the a3 pawn more easily on d3. Also, the pawn on a4 might fall with check, since the king is on the 4th rank. Yeah, knights are always tricky, especially in blitz. So that's the live position. Maybe black should go for queen a1, queen e1 played. Anyway, white can probably not do so much, yeah? Just have to wait with the rook. Maybe rook d5. King f3 she goes. By the way, Wagner Dinara is now winning. Let's see what happened here. So this is the position we saw earlier, when black was taking over with the two connected passed pawns and the bishop pair. But at some point it went wrong. King g8. Can you go e3 here? Yeah, that would have been the winning move. King g8 was played, and now bishop c5. Now white is able to activate the bishop, and knight d2 already the losing move, because maybe she missed king c2 that the king can run out. And yeah, now it's too much material, and white should be able to win now. Difficult to get the pawns moving quickly. There's still some tricks left, but it seems like Ruber's lost on time. So Wagner Dinara off to a great start with 2 out of 2. So that means we have only one game remaining. And maybe, do they go for a repetition here? Is it already, how often is it? I think it's already 3 times. First time, second time, and third time. So she could have claimed here already after king f3, or to be precise, before king f3 she should have claimed. But I have a feeling they will go for a draw now anyway. Again, she could have claimed. Now it's the 4th time the position was reached. That was not played, right? Queen c1, yeah. Now queen c6. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Queen c6, Rook d5 is forced, and then black can pick up the pawn on a4. Ah, they made a draw. They made a draw, okay. That's why the king was placed to e4, because they agreed on a draw, I see. Do you have recommendation for a book that helps teach you how to convert slight positional advantages, like maybe having the bishop pair or having more space, etc.? First Galfond book for sure. Yeah, that's a great recommendation, Aditya. It also depends a bit on the level you are at. The game ended in a draw, yeah. It depends a bit the level you are at, since if you are like the Galfond book is already more of an advanced level, I would say. Maybe 1800, 1900 plus, to be precise. Maybe even more than that, but I think it makes sense to study the book if you're above like 1800. If you're below that, there is a great book by Jaroslav Srokovsky. I have it in German. It's like Structural Chess Training or something is the name in German. That helped me out quite a lot when I was still on this like 1800 level. That book was really helpful to me. Quite an old one too, but pretty nice in my opinion. Okay, the next round, let me see when it is supposed to start. I think in 15 minutes. Felix, why you don't play Title Tuesday? I have seen you playing only once. More recently, it's more of a time thing, and also like in a long time, I was. The thing is, like, if you want to perform well on this Title Tuesday, you just need to play Blitz regularly, and I don't really have the time to do so. Also, it's simply not my main priority. I mean, you have time for everything if you make the time for it, but it's simply not my main priority now. I rather work on other things to improve in chess in general. There are only 6 players in this tournament, Sasha. Yeah, that's correct. So all of the players you see here, they're both Muzichuks playing. Maria Muzichuk, of course, former female world champion. Olga Badelka, Austria's #1 player. Laura Unuk, Dinara Wagner, and Eline Rubers. Is it possible to visit this tournament in Vienna, and where is it played? So the first day today is played in the Vienna City Hall, which is actually a fantastic location. It's basically where the mayor operates. I don't think he lives there, but he operates there, or he works there. And it's a fantastic venue. Like, I remember I played there in the Vienna Chess Open, which unfortunately is not being held anymore. But that was always fantastic, playing in this city hall, very historic venue. Very beautiful. And in the next 2 days, they are going to play in the House of Sport in Vienna, where simultaneously there is also a GM tournament happening right now, which the rounds start at 3 p.m. So there's a lot of chess currently ongoing in Austria, a lot of new projects too. Very nice to see. A lot of young players who are coming up the ranks too. There's a lot happening. I'm not 100% sure if it's possible to visit, especially today. Might be a bit difficult. I don't know how it is to get into the city hall. I think you might need some extra permission for that. Might be possible in the next 2 days. So tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. What's the best book in your opinion for 2200 plus to improve in Grandmaster direction? What is the best book if I would have to pick one? If you haven't read it, make sure to read the Chess Structures book by Maurizio Flores. Really found that very, very helpful. Also recently got some of Samuel Shereshevsky's books, which I think are also targeted at stronger players who are aiming to achieve international titles. I think he has three books. You can definitely check that out. A lot of classical knowledge there too. I think the Shereshevsky method is one of his most famous books. Yeah, Gelfand books are quite advanced. Yeah, that's the thing. But they are very good. Especially, I love the most the positional play. To be honest, like the dynamic playbook was even a bit too difficult for me to really enjoy. Like if you're looking for some incredibly difficult training and really want to challenge yourself, then the book is perfect for you. But if I read chess books, I often want there to be some, yeah, not that it is too challenging. It's probably not the best approach, but yeah. Any player playing the Vienna opening today? Yeah, it was actually Eileen who played it in round one. Not the specific Vienna, because I guess the Vienna is with f4 on the third move, but she played it with g3. Yeah, you also, Aditya, you also don't like the second book as much. The first one was really fantastic. I love the positional one. I also have the one on heavy piece endgames. That was also quite helpful to me. But the book about dynamic play I found to be quite difficult. So let's go to the next round. This one should start in 13 minutes, and I think I'm gonna go on another short break. And yeah, games should start at 1 p.m. 50, at 1:50 p.m. So no, actually at 1:40 p.m. So in 12 minutes. So don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be back in 12 minutes for round number 3 of the Freedom Ladies Cup 2025 in Vienna. Thank you for watching so far, and I'll be back in 10 minutes. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the Freedom 24 Ladies Cup 2025. I will be your host, and now is round number 3 of the event. I was just on a quick break to get some food. I also brought some coffee for myself to indulge in. And now we're gonna have hopefully a good time. So the round has already started. It is round 3 of the tournament. Currently, the leader is Wagner Dinara with 2 out of 2, followed by, I believe, Olya Badelka with 1.5 points. And the Musichuks. So, which games would you guys like to see? I'm not sure what happened in Rubers's game. That looks quite interesting. How did that start? Maybe from e4, e5, actually, would be my guess. Some center gambit. Or center game, I think it's called. How should an advanced 2200 player study openings without a video course book? Well, mostly with the engine nowadays, I would say. Yeah, thank you for asking the question again. I'm just reading the chat while I was on a break. So nowadays you can, if you're a 2200 player, it also depends a little bit what type of player you are, but if you like doing these analytical jobs, then you can definitely analyze opening yourselves with a strong engine. Like, first of all, you can just use your own engine for analyzing, or if you want to be extra good at it, you should definitely rent a cloud engine, or if you have a strong PC, then that should also do the job. Like, you don't need to be a grandmaster or anything to be able to analyze openings well. Good example I can give you is that Hikaru Nakamura's main second for already many years, I think, has a rating of 2000 FIDE or 2100. But still, he's been with Hikaru for many years, so that tells me that Hikaru is probably more than satisfied with what his second is doing for him. So yeah, analyzing it with the engines, of course, what is also important is to include correspondence games into your analysis. Like, this is the icing of the cake. I think that's what you say, right? Like, if you use a strong engine and a correspondence database, you're basically doing exactly what I'm doing while I'm working for myself or some top players as a second. I think it cannot get much better than that. How do we use a strong engine? Well, first thing is to get some strong hardware yourself. I bought a PC like a year ago. Mostly some gaming PCs typically do the job. Like, it also depends a bit which type of engine you wanna use, because nowadays almost everyone is using purely Stockfish. But if you're more the type of Lila person, then you need a different hardware. Like, Lila, as far as I understand, is mostly running through the graphics card, while Stockfish is running through brute force, which means pure CPU. So if you get a good mix of both, then you'll be completely set. And if you don't have such a strong hardware, then it's very easy to rent engines. Like, there is the chess-based cloud function. There is also the, for example, Chessify, some service providers that give us better hardware to rent. It's also not that expensive. Where do you get correspondence games? You can go to the ICCF database, the International Correspondence Chess Federation. Sign up there and you can download the archives. Multi-core performance is important for Stockfish. What is that exactly? I'm not such a huge technical expert. If you could explain that, I would be very curious. Well, the leeches engine is generally also quite good. Like especially if you're sort of starting out, you can definitely do the job with that. All right, let's have a closer look at the games. So what happened in Rubers's game? It's what I anticipated, that it started like this as type of center game. It might have also been Eline's idea against Badelka actually in their encounter. If Badelka goes for knight f6, then maybe she would have gone for this, which is actually not a bad line. I mean, black is fine if he knows the way, but it's not so easy over the board to figure things out, because white always has this plan to go bishop d2 and then castle queenside and then attack with f3, g4, g5, etc. In the game, Musicuk immediately countered with d5. I think that's also what black is supposed to do here. Here at least d5 is an option. You can of course also go bishop c5 or bishop b4. But d5 is known to be the equalizing move. E d5, knight b4, queen e2 check. So white is lacking a bit in development. However, the computer is not a huge fan of taking immediately. Maybe he prefers to go bishop f5 first, yeah. Still, black is fine here. Even like if I would see it over the board, I would be a bit worried with white because it's not so simple to develop. Maybe you should go for some quick knight c3, bishop f4, rook d1, stuff like that. So multi-core performance uses parallel processing, so it can look for different variations at the same time. Parallel processing, what is that exactly? Like, I assume that it's only running on the CPU, right? Or is that also with the graphics card? I've heard of parallel processing at some point, but I have no clue what it is right now, to be completely honest. Please tell me. I'm not even 2200 feet yet. Why online? Only online around 2250. So is it okay to look at Botvinnik and Karpov's ideas for Caro-Kann for my level? I prefer the old style of playing chess. Yeah, definitely do that. But at some point, you're probably also gonna need a little bit more of a modern approach. Like some of the lines which they played back in the day are still more than fine, especially if you look at Karpov's games from this Caro-Kann with 97. I think there he has a couple of pretty good model games, but I mean, at some point you need to check it a little bit with a computer, like especially with in complicated lines, it doesn't make a lot of sense, I think, to just purely trust the strong players, because especially in all of those years, so much has happened in theory. So yeah. Laura Unog is staying true to her London, and Dinara played the line with c6, which doesn't have a great reputation and is actually one of the reasons why many people are playing the London, because now this is exactly the type of position which black should avoid. Now white has pressure on the a file, can push b4, b5. In the game, Dinara even sacrificed the knight on the pawn on a7 immediately by going bishop e7, and Laura took on b8 and on a7. Not even sure if this is the best. Like white could maybe again play b4. And the thing is, in those positions, if black goes a6, white can anyway go b4. And here b5 is an idea which you can go for, because you cannot take with a pawn since a8 is hanging. And if take here, I don't know, you can take with the bishop, for example, and then develop. And if black often keeps it like that, well, you can think about taking here, but very often an idea is to go for b6 and then actually fix the weakness on b7. And here white typically has quite a nice plan to go knight f3, knight d2, knight b3, knight to a5, and then target b7. There are quite some nice model games here. White already has a large advantage because he has all this extra space and black doesn't have so much space. Even though it looks like black didn't do anything wrong here, like he has the bishop outside of the pawn chain, still black's position is not great here. So that's why she played bishop e7. Still, Laura could have played b4 here, but she decided to grab the pawn. Also good. b6 and knight f3. B takes c5, knight e5. That was a very precise follow-up here. Like, you cannot protect everything nicely here by playing b4, because in the end, the pawn on b2 might fall. Only running on CPU, but multi-cores means it can do many jobs at the same time. And that's why it helps to look for, I guess, many different branches while the engine looks at is thinking about the position. Okay, thank you for elaborating. Arthur is back. Welcome back to the stream. I go for the Tartakova. Can you suggest a good player with annotated games? Not on the top of my head. You can just sort the games by rating, I guess. I mean, Tartakova is not so popular nowadays anymore, but back in the day, there were many strong players that played it. I think also in the, wasn't it in the Fischer against, in the famous match in 1972, Fischer against Spassky, wasn't there also one game there? In the Tartakova, pretty famous game. That's from the white side though. Fischer won a nice game from the white side, but I think you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, so in the game, knight f3 was played and Laura followed it up nicely, putting the knight to e5, and now it seems like black is in a lot of trouble because knight takes c6 is not easy to prevent. Even rook c8 does not do anything. White can still take, and after rook c6 there's bishop e5. Thank you, Dekarokun. You were impressed by my performance in Goa. That's very nice of you to say. Your city, Kolkata, I was actually there too with Hare Krishna. While I was a second, there was, in 2023, there was this Kolkata Rapid, Tata Steel Rapid and Blitz. And I was there with him as a second. Pretty nice memories from there. You need a good CPU for multi-core. I think Intel has better than AMD in this quality. Really, I've heard otherwise. Like, I have an AMD, and a friend of mine who studies this stuff at university was telling me that I should definitely go for AMD. Fischer's first win in the match, that could be. You know which round it was? Was it like round 4? Is that possible? Yeah, of course, yeah. Fischer won big because he's Fischer, yeah. That's of course true. All right, let's go to the next game. Musicuk Maria against Olga Padelka started off with a Sicilian with c3. Padelka goes for d5. e5, queen d5, d4, knight f6. Now we have an Alapin. And bishop e3, c takes d4. I think other moves here are bishop f5. I think that's what they're doing now currently. D takes c5, is it possible? I remember some stuff like this, what they're doing now. Maybe queenside castling first, not 100% sure. I remember there's some stuff like this where black gets compensation, but I was never so sure to enter those lines with black because a pawn is a pawn in the end. With black, I mostly went for lines like this with knight f6, e5, knight d5, and then to play with d6. That was always more of my style. Yeah, Padelka played it quite classically, taking on d4, e6, knight c3, and queen d6 back. Now we have a very typical IQP position. Bishop c4, bishop e7, both sides developing slowly, h3, just to avoid knight g4. Even though it's probably not a threat yet, h3 is a useful move. And a6, a4, weakening the b4 square, but of course avoiding black from getting b5 in. And Padelka uses it by putting the queen to b4 immediately. Queen e2, rook d8, and now this thematic d5 push appeared, which for once repairs white's pawn structure. And the other aspect too is that once white can get this d5 push, in most cases he's gonna have the more active pieces. Especially if the bishop takes on d5, the bishop is always quite annoying for black here. It's still not the end of the world for black. Like, position should be okay here, but it feels a bit dangerous. Like, also if you take here, then knight g5 comes, and all of a sudden, a lot of targets. So Padelka took on b2 here. Computer gives some edge for white, but what do you guys think? How should white proceed? Guess we should follow the forcing line. Take on b2, take on d8, take on a1. How does it continue? Well, I could just move my bishop, and if black moves the bishop, then I can take on f7 and on b7, and then I'll be a pawn up. I guess black is gonna be active enough though. Like even something like this should be completely okay. Even could go wrong for white if the king reaches this pawn and captures it. The a pawn is starting to run. I'm curious what is gonna come out here. So this is the live position. Maybe white should move the bishop somewhere else. In January 2023, I started playing chess. Now I will go for 2026, January 7th to 11th, Tata Steel. Isn't the Tata Steel tournament in January, isn't it a bit later than that? I thought it starts in end of January. Ah, game 6 was the Queen's Gambit the Clyde one. Okay. Yeah, right. Game 6, yeah. Yeah, this is for sure the one that's been covered the most, apart from this famous first game. Even though I also recall this, like at least when I grew up, this Benoni game which Fischer won with the black pieces was also always very, very highly praised. Thank you, Miraga, for stopping by. Hope you might be able to join in a bit later. We'll still be live for around 3 hours, most likely. This is now round number 3, and there are 6 players, which means 5 rounds. This time, Tata Steel starts at 7th of January. Really? Are you sure? Sure about that? So Lenzi is asking, is there really enough compensation for the pawn? Well, in the line which we just covered earlier with bishop b6, I think here for sure, yeah, like in what we've seen, because I mean white should probably start pushing his pawns on the king side too, but I'll just bring my king. And if g5, let's say bishop c3 dominating the white knight, and the king is coming. Here, or maybe to b4 next. I can imagine that white still maybe has enough counter chances on the king side somehow, trying to push the f pawn, but I don't think the black can be worse. Yeah, the g takes h5 one, yeah, you're right, Aditya. That's what I mean, this knight h5 ruining the pawn structure, that one I thought was also quite famous. I recently went through all of the Fischer-Spassky games with a student of mine, and it was quite interesting. Ah, by the way, also this one Nimzo game, if you remember, that's also quite famous, where Fischer doubled his pawns on the king side. He had a double g pawn and destroyed Spassky strategically. Let me know if you know which one I mean. So Padelka is still thinking. Let's head back to Laura Unuk's game, who is up in exchange. Still some minor chances for black, I would say, to perform some magic. But yeah, like for example, if we get something like this and black can do this, then it might not be so simple to convert. Is that actually what happened? I was just making some moves, yeah, but it seems like this actually happened in the game. Interesting. Well, maybe black can also be a bit more ambitious, trying to go after the b3 pawn and keep the bishop here, but yeah, probably doesn't do anything with knight b5 coming. Computer already says equal here. Is e5 an idea? Wow, e5. Yeah, check out the Nimzo game. It was some, I think it was on, was it on e3 Nimzo? I think it was. Should have been an e3 Nimzo. e3 c5, something like that. Yeah, you're right. The Karakon, it was this queen and bishop against queen and bishop. So e5 is a good move here, but yeah, Dinara is still thinking. So after e5, if white takes, I assume the idea is d4, take on f6, take on c3, take, and white's king is a bit in a bad situation because it would like to go to f2, but then bishop d4 is coming, winning the rook on a7. So king f1 is probably forced, and then maybe I can take on b3. And white still needs to untangle. I mean, you can probably give a check and then, I don't know, take on g7. But black has, it's amazing, huh? Black is down an exchange and a pawn in an endgame, but just has dynamic compensation because white is not really getting out with the king on f1. That's an interesting line. But she went for taking on c3 and taking on b3. That was also my first instinct there. Question by Lenzi. How do you determine if you can give up a pawn material if you only get activity but you see nothing concrete? I would say mostly into intuition, yeah. Like it's a thing which some people struggle more with than others. Like for some dynamic players, it's very easy to understand when they have this good compensation and when they don't. I'm more the type of player that often struggles with this and has kind of a materialistic mindset quite often. Yeah, some others like, I don't know, Mamajara, for example, or Firuza, Sindarov, those guys, I think they're very much on the dynamic side. So I think it's a very intuitive thing, but intuition is not as much as people are often calling it, like that you're born with it. I think that you can train your intuition quite well. Like if you study a lot of games and if you look at a lot of different ideas, then those ideas are gonna stick with you while you're playing a game. I just got a request for 1+0 bullet by someone rated 3,540. That's sick. Isn't that like #1 on Leeches probably? That's an insane rating. Unfortunately, I cannot play now. Rook b1 instead of king g7. You mean in this line, yeah? Well, if rook b1, then the thing was after king f2. If rook h1, then white can queen. This is why I took on g7. And also you cannot, I mean, you can give one check. You can give a second check, but now I can play f4. I think it doesn't really go on now. You think Korchner was dynamic, but still materialistic? Never thought about it that much. Yeah, not sure about it. It's Jeffrey Zhong, you think? Yeah, that's possible. I remember some interviews which Leeches did during the World Cup, and they were asking players like some trivia questions. Who is the best bullet player on Leeches? Who is the #1 rated? And almost everyone was guessing Nihal. It would have also been my guess, but it was actually Ediz Gürel, I think, the Turkish prodigy. Okay, so in this game, I think Dinara has pretty good chances of survival now. It's not so easy to convert this. What is happening in Badalka's game? Something quite similar to what we've seen earlier, just Maria went with the bishop to h4, and then we've seen this being played. h6, nice move, protecting against knight g5. Rook b3 and bishop a5. Maybe would have preferred to go bishop a1, also not a good move. Yeah, maybe rook b1 is an issue now. Because I'm not sure that you want to give up bishops, trade bishops generally, because it feels like the bishop on h4 is way more passive than the dark squared bishop which black has. Bishop b4 runs into knight d4, yeah. This trade would also not be in black's favor, I think, especially with rook b6 to come. So bishop a5 was played. I'm curious what is better than that. Computer says there is something. Can't be this, right? No. I have no idea. Is this possible? Ha! That's the best move. That is the best move. Is the Lichess engine the strongest engine for free? Well, it's hard to say because technically Stockfish for Chessbase is also free. And I assume there you can boot it up a bit stronger, yeah? But of course, Chessbase is a paid software. So I think in general, this is probably the most cost-effective matter. I believe, like at some point, also heard there is some website called chessdb.cn. I think it's a Chinese website, where there's like a branch of opening theory, which has been most of it has been analyzed with a computer until a very very high depth. So basically, an opening book with very deep engine evaluations. Yeah, knight d4 would have been a nice move here. It took me a long time to figure that out. With rook c3 and knight d2 picks up the exchange. Black is winning. And this type of exchange is probably in Black's favor again. The bishop on h4 just takes quite some time to get back into the game. In the meantime, Black can go after this pawn again by bringing the king. But Blohberger played bishop a5, rook d3, rook b8. Also seems like pretty decent compensation. And now bishop b4, guarding against rook d6. All right. Do I think that Karyakin returns? Oof. I have no idea, honestly. Like, I'll now say that I've always liked Karyakin's playing style and general play. Like, I think he was really a fantastic player. Also, if you remember the match against Magnus, it was yeah, for a very long time I really liked his style of playing. I don't know, maybe he would return. I mean, he's also not that old. I think he's like Magnus's age, right? Yeah, me too, Aditya. What kind of strength Karyakin still has? I would really love to see him play in some major tournament. Like if you don't play for so long, especially on this level, I imagine that it could be quite difficult. It was already quite impressive for me to see Igor Kovalenko play, since he also didn't, for obvious reasons, did not play like for now 3 years or something. And now in the European Team Championship, I think he made something insane like 7 out of 9 or 6.5 out of 9. Yeah, the Karokon, yeah, I agree with that. Absolutely, man. The Magnus matches against Karyakin and Caruana, they're by far my favorite. Like those two matches, it was also at a certain point where I was already understanding what is happening there. Like I was, I think I was a FIDE master at the Karyakin match, so I could follow things along and understand some stuff there. Also with the theory, yeah, like it's in those World Championship matches, it's always quite difficult to follow them, like what exactly is happening. It's really great that we were able to witness that. I think Blohberger is pretty good compensation here. I could easily also see that shifting into Black's favor. Like if Black picks up the A pawn, then the passer is gonna come very, very quickly. So knight d3 played. Of course, White should not lose this. I'm just saying with limited time, there is a way how things could go wrong for White here, that's for sure. Also look at Black's king and White's king, yeah? Like we are in an endgame, and Black's king is just so nicely activated in the center. Are you supporting Blue Bomb at the candidates? I definitely, I mean, as someone who speaks the same language as I do, and also generally his opening ideas and playing style, I find interesting. So I like to support him also as in a matter of that he is sort of the underdog in the event. Candidates is going to be a lot of fun next year. How do you deal with negative emotions after a loss or after a missed win? I get quite negative when analyzing my classical games, even if I win, because the engine is so much stronger. When I think about your question, what immediately springs to my mind is my conversation with Vishy Anand when I interviewed him. That when I asked him what is the best advice that he's ever received by someone, he thought for a moment and then he said the advice which his mother gave him when he was just a little kid, like 5 or 6 years old. And he mentioned that his mom told him that she should always write down his thoughts after the game on a piece of paper. Or, I mean, nowadays you can also write it down in a Word document or whatever. I guess it doesn't really make a big difference. But what he explained then was that the thing which you can take away from that is if you write it down immediately after the game, then you don't make any excuses. Like if you've already checked the game with an engine, then you will not be a 100% objective about your own thoughts during the game. So doing that can help you quite a lot, according to Vishy, and I think he's no one to argue with when it comes to chess improvement. But yeah, dealing with negative emotions, I guess it's a bit of a different question still. Like if you have a painful loss, what you need to do from my experience is firstly, if you strike back, then it's of course the best. Yeah, like if you strike back with a nice win, then all is good. But if that's not possible, you should try to get your mind off of things and do something which you enjoy, and try not to think about chess for one evening, and trying to get some rest for the next game. Yeah, so this game is still ongoing. So far, not any mistakes occurred basically in this game. Pretty well played by both sides. In Dinara Wagner against Laura Unok, with reverse colors, Unok being white, Dinara is getting a lot of counterplay, and I could see this shifting into black's favor too, because now h4 is falling, after that d4 might fall as well. And black is now pretty solid. How did this happen? So bishop g6, rook b7, and knight g8, trying to get the knight via h6 to f5. Nice maneuver. c4, take, rook c7, and yeah. Well, white should still be fine, of course. Yeah, maybe you can take on e6, but can I take here? Then take on h4. Again, knights are tricky. Yeah, already knight b5 is there. Watch out. You've read some of his books, yeah? When he had no engine, he wrote it to keep his emotions and thought process at the time recorded. Yeah. That's also what he told me. By the way, Anna Musichuk is winning against Elin Rubers. So this is where we saw things. Knight c3, bishop g4, and knight d5 played, knight d4. Maybe I'll be thinking about bishop e3 here, just to avoid knight d4 and then rook d1 next. Computer agrees with me here. This is also still possible. Knight e7, now position is around balance, but black of course does have the better pawn structure, and white is not yet able to mobilize the bishop pair when to exchange it. Equal endgame, but maybe easier to play for black, because long-term white has some problems with the doubled pawns, and the knight does have some attractive squares like f5, f4. Yeah, still didn't seem too bad for black, but already taking here could be unpleasant because rook f5, rook h5 is coming. Not so easy to to keep things all protected here. E5. Can I take here? Is that possible? Yeah, computer likes that. Take and E6, that's the point. And if the knight moves, E7. Let me just... My screen wants to turn off. How do I... Huh. How do I tell him? Yeah, no, it should be fine, I guess. Hopefully my second screen is not going to turn off. So this would have been the way to save the draw, to take on E5. And then E6 and E7. In the game, she went back rook d1, e takes f4, h4. Now black is up a pawn. And this endgame should be a technical win for black. Knight e6 is another nice move, trying to get white to play b6. And then the pawn is also going to be weak. And of course, white cannot go into the pawn endgame because black has an extra pawn. Chess is fascinating, yeah. It is. It absolutely is. You're welcome, Lindsay. Hope I could help. Hi, Felix. Have any of the candidates approached you to join their team of seconds? You're gonna get me into trouble. So I will better not indulge in the conversation. That's all I can say. Maybe I'm gonna help someone, maybe not. But don't worry, if I do, at some point I will probably, or maybe at some point I can say. Yeah, so this is what I've been talking about earlier. Now in this Unuk against Wagner game, this is something which black can easily win. I mean, I'm a bit surprised the computer still says that this is equal. Because, I mean, materialistically speaking, black is not worse anymore. Black has the knight, which is especially tricky in shorter time controls. And he has this h-pawn, which might come soon. Well, Karokun, I very much appreciate you comparing me to the likes of Keimer, Bluebaum, and so on. But I'm not German, there's a difference. Big difference between Germany and Austria. Yeah, guys, don't expose me, huh? You're crushing me. It's an interesting endgame which we have here. Like, as you can see, the computer doesn't really bother here with white, but I think that practically speaking, black has excellent winning chances. Of course, might be wrong in that assessment. Bishop e2 played. Already looking a bit clumsy, but maybe it's sort of necessary, because if this, then maybe rook c2 is annoying with the pin. But I guess there's no way for black to make use of that. Is it time to push h4? Maybe not. H8. She does go for h4. King e3, rook h2. By the way, Anna Muzichuk has already won her game against Aline Rubers, which was expected. But the Alca's game, also an interesting endgame, but we'll stick to Laura Onok against Wagner Dinara for the moment, because this seems to me like still many things can happen. I think in Badelka's game, it's most likely gonna end in a draw. But here, I'm not so sure. Knights are tricky. By the way, I'm glad that you could make it to the stream, Lindsay. It's quite a difficult time for Europeans to join the stream. Everyone is working or going to school, but I'm happy to see that you could make it. It is an unusual endgame, yeah. We don't see that so often. Yeah, white can still win, but I think it's less likely. Like for black, a lot has to go wrong to actually lose this. You can even lose the h4 pawn, and it should still be quite an easy draw. So knight d3 on the board. You think white should take or not? She goes king g4, attacking this rook. It's a bit surprising. Rook h1. Yeah, I will cheat for a second and ask the computer. Computer gives this as a nice try. Are there any checkmate threats? Who can spot the checkmate in one? It took me like 3 seconds to even see it. Who can see it? Who can see the checkmate here? It's a nice one. Okay, guys, it's knight h3. Yeah, it's a very unusual checkmate pattern. I think I've never seen that. So white would need to go bishop f1, and then it goes on. That's a pretty cool idea. Rook g3, setting up knight h3. I think that's something which white could easily fall for. I'm not sure that, like, oops, that was my microphone. Hope that everyone can still hear me. Knight h3 is a bit of a hidden idea. Anyway, in the game, a lot of material has been exchanged, and some of you guys have been saying white can also win this, and now it's starting to look like white actually can win this. How did this happen? Like this, with this trick. So again, this would have been a nice idea. Knight f2 and rook g3, setting up the checkmate. Yeah, rook bishop versus rook is difficult to defend. I'm curious how Dinara is gonna do here. I mean, she still has the pawn on g6, which could make things a little bit easier. You trade the bishop for the knight, yeah? So I assume you mean at this point, instead of king g4, just bishop d3. Yeah, it is a draw, yeah? The question is, probably should be quite simple, yeah? But this is what I've been saying, like there's no way that black can ever lose this position, even if you don't have this pawn. All right, so this game is definitely gonna take a while. Mosichuk against Padelka should be a fairly simple endeavor now. I think Padelka has defended pretty well. Even though there was one win here. Oh, who can see it? I think I see it. Do I see it? Well, maybe just rook a2 here. Yeah, rook a2 and then bishop a5. So rook b4 was actually a mistake here. Maybe we should keep the status somehow with bishop b4 and stuff like that. I'm also, yeah, maybe bishop b4. Then it's a draw. But then she defended this pretty well, I guess. And this is the current position. 2 versus 1 is almost always a draw and not so complicated. I think in this rook bishop against rook, still a few more things can happen. Yeah, both of them, of course, should be a draw, but rook and bishop against rook, there's always room to do something wrong there. So this is the current position. Guess white is trying to set up bishop e4 at the right time. But bishop e4, always rook g1 will come. So it might not even be so easy to actually set it up here to win the pawn on g6. Like if black just waits now, rook, yeah, or king h6, rook g5 check, doesn't really matter. Not so sure that white can even make any progress here if black still has the pawn on g6. It's even possible to win the pawn somehow. Don't really see how. How does Magnus win all of these drawish endgames? Well, a lot of experience and surely also a lot of talent for that. And a lot of work. I think people underestimated that Magnus is also, at least he used to work a lot on chess. So I don't know how it is now for him nowadays, but I think back in the day he used to work like an absolute maniac. So it doesn't seem like white is really able to do to make a lot of progress here. Yeah, king g7 back. Is Padelka? No, she ran into this. Oof, that's a shame. So king f5 is already a bit imprecise, I would say. I mean, I would surely go back to g7 here, just not to allow any tricks. Because now, so apparently this is still a draw. How? I think I see it. Guys, black to move here. Please give me your suggestions here. I think I see a very nice idea for black, which might be the only way to actually hold it. Give me your suggestions in the chat, please. So this position black to move. Yeah, I agree, Karokon. Yeah, like chess has this kind of mix between things of science, art, and sport. Yeah, isn't that what Karpov said? Rook c5. Yeah, you are right. I think that's the move here. Only move to make a draw. I think that's pretty fantastic. I've seen the same idea pretty often in rook endgames. The point being, of course, if rook takes h5 check, then king g4. And if white takes the rook, then it is a stalemate. And if white does not take the rook, the pawn endgame is a draw if he gives a check. White does not get the opposition here. And apart from that, if white goes somewhere else, then black gives a check and picks up the pawn on g3 and it's a draw. Yeah, rook c5 is nice, right? I should add this to my rook endgame database. Only way, I believe the only way for black to hold a draw is rook c5 here. Now if white moves away with the king, for example, to h3, then black needs to go king e4. But already earlier, like here, I would say that probably the simplest way to hold is king g7. And I don't know, rook e6, for example, might be an idea. I guess black can just wait. And yeah, maybe give a check. Doesn't really matter, probably you can also wait for another move. And if rook e5, pawn endgames you should not go for, but instead, I guess, giving a check does the job. If king g5, rook g4. And again, a draw. Pawn endgame is not leading anywhere here. King g5 is a simple draw because of the h-pawn, and if hg5, black is also making a draw. Very basic stuff, and stalemate. Machtel van Forest had exactly this against Anna Musicuk last year. Oh, really? Also on the defending side, did she manage to make a draw? So this is how the game concluded between Laura Unuk and Dinara Wagner. It was a draw in the very end. Okay, so let's go to the other view. These are the results of this round. It was a pretty long round, I have to say. So I'm curious how long we still have until the next round will start. So it should be at 2:50, which gives us 15 minutes until the next round. Yeah, this is the official broadcast. So the president of the Austrian Chess Federation is actually organizing the event with Freedom as the sponsor. And they asked me to commentate the event, and it was my idea to do it on my own channel because I generally wanted to stream a bit more on this channel. And yeah, the Austrian Chess Federation doesn't really have a YouTube channel at the moment. I mean, they do, but it's not really active right now. I'm not playing in the World Rapid and Blitz. No, not this year. Maybe again next year. So let's check out the pairings of the next round. We have Laura Unuk against Anna Musicuk, Maria Musicuk against Eline Rubers, and Olga Badelka against Dinara Wagner. Also, a quick look at the standings. Let me tell you, I think you cannot see it, but Wagner Dinara is on first, followed by Laura Unuk, then the Musicuk sisters, then Olga Badelka, and Eline Rubers still yet to score a point. Not her best day just yet, but I'm sure she's going to come back in some of the next games. Will you pick up streaming on Twitch at some point? I mean, I had the idea to stream on multiple platforms at the same time, like on YouTube and Twitch, but have not done that just yet. Anyway, it's probably going to be more interesting in the future if I stream more regularly, but I think it should be quite easy to redirect the stream to another platform. What are the chances of Hans becoming the World Blitz champ according to you? He definitely has chances. Like, Hans is very good in Rapid and Blitz specifically as well. I mean, in Classical too. And generally, the Blitz Championship, the World Blitz Championship does have sort of a random aspect to it. Like, anyone can, not anyone, but it's not like in Classical that mostly the best player will win in a long format. But in Blitz, it's less predictable, if we put it like that. Garukon, gotta go. Bye, and see you soon. It was nice to have you in the chat. Have a nice rest of your day. You think for streaming Twitch is best, yeah? I was never so sure. Like, I myself, I never watch any streams on Twitch, honestly. I only watch stuff on YouTube. Always felt like it's just a bit more intuitive, all of it, like the whole UI and stuff. But I guess it's more of a matter of personal preference. Yeah, not anyone can win the World Rapid and Blitz. Yeah. It is a very tough event. Like, also, even all of the players, like everyone who is playing, almost everyone who is playing is a Grandmaster. The official requirements are, of course, to have 2550 plus, which makes the event super strong. All right, guys, so I will go on another break, just 10 minutes. Yeah, Twitch has also quite a lot of ads. Actually, for this stream, I even put the advertisements on the lowest level as possible, just to make the whole viewing experience as nice as possible. I hope you guys also can see that. So I'll be back in 12 minutes. The next round is supposed to start at 2:50, I believe. Let me just double check. Yeah, next round starts in 10 minutes. So I will see you then. Everyone stay here. I'll be back in 10 minutes. And welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the 2025 Ladies Cup. And the games have just kicked off a little bit, actually not early, like 1 minute early perhaps. But we are back with all of the 3 boards, which you can see here. And it is round number 4 of the event. Current leader being Wagner Dinara with 2.5 points, as far as I know. And we see another London, this time by Olya Podelka. Also seems like Laura Onuk perhaps played the London. Sticking true to her weapon in this tournament. We see also one King's Indian, Aline Rubers, of course, one of the King's Indian fighters who typically likes to opt for the King's Indian defense with the very interesting line B6. Typically nowadays, Black plays a lot of different systems on this move. And B6 is one of those lines that looks a bit strange, but there is actually some idea behind it. And Podelka, funnily enough, going actually for exactly that, what I've been talking about earlier with this early Queen B3. Trying to put pressure on B7 and generally on the Queen side. Yeah, still all quite early. So in Dinara's game, B6 is sort of forced there. Now Knight C3, and in Podelka's game, White's plan is probably going to be something like Knight F3, short castle, and then maybe to push E4 if White can do so. Maria Muzichuk thinking. This B6 line, probably not the one which you're mostly expecting. Even though I'm not sure if Aline has played it before, but I remember one game from, I think it was last year's Tata Steel tournament where she won against a strong player with some King's Indian. Maybe it was also the line with B6. Yeah, which game do you guys want to go to? All of them are pretty early in the opening still, and not many fireworks happening in the games. So let me know if you have any preference in the games. Also, the Vienna GM tournament is starting in 8 minutes, in fact. Also going to be interesting, but not our main focus for this coverage. Actually, not our focus at all. So Laura Onuk is grabbing the pawn on B7, which is a line, but I think it can be quite dangerous for White, if I recall correctly. What are you saying, Milo? Rook C5 somewhere? Or? Hey Arthur, we had another Arthur here earlier. It's good to have a second Arthur in the chat. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you like my videos. Which game would you like me to cover, guys? Is there any preference? I think that Laura Onuk's game might be heating up in a second. So that would be my first pick. Maybe I can explain some stuff there. Okay, let's go to the other view. Yeah, Anna Muzichuk choosing this sacrifice now, and so let's see how we got there. There are a lot of Londons being played here, especially by Laura Onuk. This move order specifically, I always thought is a bit imprecise for White to start with Bishop F4. I mean, imprecise is a bit of a harsh word, but I think that this really solves most of Black problems here, to take on D4 and then go Knight C6. Because if we compare this to the Caro-Kann exchange variation, which goes like this, now White would certainly not go Bishop F4 here, which is exactly the position we get from the other move order. Instead, White would go Bishop D3, Knight C6, C3 to stop Bishop F5. But in this move order with the London, if you take c takes d4 now, e takes d4, knight c6, white is not able to stop bishop f5 because bishop d3 is knight takes d4. And if c3, bishop f5, black is equalizing pretty comfortably. Even there are some f6 ideas, like I had one game which went something along those lines. Yeah, Arthur, you've also recognized the similarity to Caro-Kann exchange, but in fact in the main line, which in the game. So black took on d4 here. Now, however, the difference is if you go to f5 now with the bishop, now you already have the knight on f6, which has a little bit of a downside that bishop e5 immediately is possible. And in those lines, how do I best say this? First of all, I think c4 is now the main move, which could put some pressure. But generally, what I've learned in those positions with the knight on f6, it can often run into knight e5. And if the knight is on g8, then you can always take with the bishop. But here it can often hit the knight on f6. This is one of the differences. But also the way which Anna played, I think this line can even be reached through, or at least very similar, can be reached through the Caro-Kann exchange variation. And I've seen this at some point, those ideas, maybe with the bishop on d3 and the knight being on d1. Typically, black goes king f8 and then plays for some activity on the king side quite quickly. Let me think how this can appear. I think it's maybe possible. Is it? I'm not sure. Like, I think maybe I've seen it here. Queen b3, bishop d6. I think here it's supposed to be pretty good for black. Because now the bishop is already committed to e2. And the knight is still on b1. In the game we have this slightly different version, and maybe white has a better way to develop the bishop than to e2. Maybe you can hit the bishop with g3 for once. Ask where it's going. If it goes back, maybe you can even think about fianchettoing to the king side. Yeah, computer gives white some edge here, but yeah, king f8 is played. I don't think it's so simple for white either. Definitely good compensation for black. Okay, let's go to the next game between Maria Muzichuk and Eline Rubers. So another King's Indian. And this line here, we are following basically the main line, short castle, and now b6. So you might ask what actually is the idea here. We should maybe start with the main line with knight c6, the old classical main line. Now white typically goes d5, knight e7. And of course, the typical King's Indian plans for black. Black often wants to go knight e8 or knight e7, followed by f5 with some counter chances on the king side. Now after b6, if white makes one waiting move, let's say, for example, rook to e1, which is a typical way of replying to some of black's sidelines rather than knight c6. Now black can go knight c6, and in those positions, b6 can be a weakness sometimes, but most importantly, it is avoiding white from getting b4 followed by c5 very quickly. For example, in those bayonet lines, which we often see in the main line, now b6 is going to be quite useful, because in those positions, black anyway often plays b6 just to avoid white from getting c5 easily. Yeah, I know b6. I've checked it from both sides. I think with white, what I then wanted to do was take on e5 and, well, first of all, maybe bishop g5 is one idea now, because this b6 move doesn't really fit into the position here so well. But I think what I wanted with white was here to go queen c2 followed by rook d1. I think that was the line which I intended to play, or still intend to play. So if you ever play against me and want to play the King's Indian with b6, you can definitely prepare for this. But I think taking on d8 and taking on e5 is probably nothing for white. Still, this knight takes e4 typically works, or it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't here because white is a bit too fast. How is it then? Maybe bishop b7 to make use of the fianchetto. That seems to be the move. Still, knight takes e4 ideas are there. And black most likely can win back the pawn pretty quickly. Yeah, so in the game, Maria played... Yeah, also what I would like to mention, I guess the d5 can be also a logical move. Now b6 is also fitting well into the position because c5 is again going to be more difficult to achieve. And maybe black can go a5, then knight d7, knight c5, or knight a6, knight c5 with a typical King's Indian position. On my channel, I've analyzed also other moves like rook e8, for example, which looks absolutely ridiculous. But it was featured in one of my best opening idea videos. And in fact, it's quite an interesting line. So Maria went for bishop g5, which is a bit surprising. Generally in these lines, white does not necessarily want to move out the bishop. Precisely for the reason what Eileen has done. Because now black has the idea to get the bishop pair or sometimes even put the knight to the f4 square. Do you ever consider taking on e5? Do you mean what we've talked about earlier? You mean here to take on e5? This is what I was saying, that this was actually my intention to play like this with white, followed by rook d1. Generally, like the exchange line to take immediately is nothing special for white, but I think against some sidelines, like for example against b6, it definitely makes sense to go into some of those positions. I would say mostly against b6. Maybe a5 is another move which black sometimes plays. Also here it could make sense to go into those positions. But apart from that, like against knight d7 or knight c6 or knight a6, I think their d takes e5 is less of a is less testing. So in the game, Maria took on e5, knight takes g3, h takes g3, and d takes e5. Of course, black has the bishop pair, but there are some weaknesses on the light squares, especially the f5 square. If we imagine white trading those two bishops and planting this knight on f5, then it would be pretty bad news for black. But it's not going to be easy to get that for white. Also, of course, black has the d4 square, which is another thing which black can play for. Okay, let's go to Badelka's game. So this was another London, and a line which I've briefly spoken about in the first round, I believe, that this is one interesting way to play for white. And now queen b3, b6. This is what I said earlier, knight c3, bishop d6. And Badelka took on d6, which is one of the options. I think also bishop g5 is possible for white. Maybe you can even play like this, but shouldn't be a big problem for black. I mean, the pawns are a bit weak in the long run, especially the d4 pawn. So I think this is good. Queen takes d6. cd6 also possible, I guess, with very, very limited play for white. But if someone can be better, it's probably white, just because of the more active pieces. But of course, very, very equalish. So this was in the game, rook c1, c6, and knight e5. Not so sure that I like that move so much, because it would be nice to keep this idea for white to play with e4. And now with the knight on e5, you don't have ideas to push e5. It reminds me quite a lot about some Caro-Kann positions, perhaps. Yeah? If the queen moves somewhere, I don't know, here, white could think about going e5 and trying to play against the c6 pawn. Anyway, in the game, knight e5 was played, and f4, trying to set up like a stone wall. Knight e8, castle, and taking on e5. Can black try to get c5 quickly? Yeah, that would have been the best move. Maybe she was a bit worried about knight b5, but not so sure if it's such a big issue. Knight c6, just queen b7. So c5 immediately would have been possible too. Yeah, she took on e5. Now the f file opens up, which white might be able to use, but she plays the knight to f4. Maybe she could also actually play for the c file and not for the f file. Like queen a4 might be an idea, and then rook c2 and rook c1, putting pressure on this pawn. Anyway, this is the live position in the game. Yeah, it looks fairly balanced to me. I mean, if someone has chances, it's probably white. Just because the c6 pawn is like a long-term target which white can play against. The question is if white should actually take on f6 or not, because it would be nice not to take. Then the knight on e8 is going to stay stuck for some time. But if you just ignore it like this, then black can also take here and go c5 and maybe try to... Now at least the pawn is going to be on a protected square. So from that reasoning, I would prefer to take on f6, but knight f6 and yeah, maybe black can even push e5 quickly. Looks pretty equalish, if you ask me. Yeah, so this is the current live position. Let's go back to Laura Onuk's game. We haven't went there for some time. So this is the position we've seen. And Laura played bishop d3, placing the bishop on a better square than on e2. I guess with bishop e2, the problem can be sometimes that maybe I can even think about taking here. And now you have to give up your castling rights. If you take with the king can be weak. And if you take with the knight, then can maybe take here. Maybe not the end of the world for white, because you can still castle artificially. But d3 seems like a more active square. Rook b8, queen to a4, and queen c7. Obvious trick, if rook takes b2, blunders because of queen a3 check with a double attack, winning the rook. Queen c7 was played, h3. Now bishop takes f3, which the computer does not approve so much. Does he want to go back, bishop h5? Yeah, he prefers to keep the bishop pair alive and then maybe go for some g5 stuff. Anna took on f3 and went g5. Generally speaking, opposite color bishops do favor the attacker, but it's not so clear yet if black is actually the one attacking, since h5 is probably a bit too early since g3. What does black do now? Maybe the best is even to sacrifice the piece now, with the idea that in the end the b2 pawn is hanging, but it should not be enough compensation for black. I mean, it's only 2 pawns for the piece, and rook b1 is coming, or rook h2, exchanging the active rook on b2, and white should be winning. So Anna played with h6 just to protect the pawn. White is a pawn up. Still, I see some compensation here. Just it's this type of Volga / Benko gambit compensation on these 2 open files, half open files. Or I think you say semi-open files, right? And it's not so easy for white to mobilize the extra pawn on the queen side. But white should be clearly better nonetheless. What about Maria's game? Now it looks like white is a bit better because black played f5. Not sure that I like this so much here. So after knight e5, now f5 was played. The thing with f5 is now that the light squares become maybe even of a bigger problem, especially this long diagonal. I'm curious why she didn't go for c6 here. I mean, I guess her plan was, well, obviously her plan was knight e3 to occupy this square. I'm not sure it would be such a big deal, like if black goes, for example, bishop e6. If knight f5, I can always take and push e4, opening up the bishop on g7. I mean, could also think about going into an endgame immediately, yeah? And maybe knight a6, knight c5. Looks quite okay for black. Still, this d4 square is a long-term weakness. But Eileen went for f5, took, knight e3, and now bishop g6. The computer says still alright for black here, but I don't think it's as easy as if she wouldn't have played f5, because we have some long-term strategic difficulties here with black. Apparently king h7 is an inaccuracy. I don't know if king h8 makes things a bit better. Yeah, also not the best, but also not so clear like what else black can do instead. It looks very natural to step away with the king just to get out of any c5 checks. Yeah, I am reading the chat. So if you guys have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. In this whole stream, I'll also be streaming tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I would really love to interact a bit more than usual with you, especially since I have a second screen now, which I bought recently, so that I'll be set to stream more often and more effectively. So this was played in the game. Queen e7 now, knight d5 and queen f7, queen e3, and this is the live position. Maybe now black can play e4. Certainly looks like the move you should go for here, opening up finally this bishop on g7. Like what black really needs to avoid is for white getting some piece to e4 and fully blocking this bishop on g7. Like for example, bishop d3 of course is a bad move because of e4, but let's just say we get we get something like this, I think it could be quite unpleasant for black. Some position like this with a full blockade on the light squares. When will the Nimzo Rogozin course be out? So I actually have some good news. Just yesterday, the team of the Chessable team reached out to me that I am fully set to record the course. So they needed to beta test everything and to put it all into the Chessable format. But now it seems like I'm basically good to go. I just need to annotate the model games. And yeah, probably I mean, certainly I won't be in time that it's going to be published this year, but start of next year is a very realistic time frame now. What's my long-term rating goal? 2600. So I recently set a goal for myself that I want to reach 2600 until I am 25 of age. So I still have 1.5 years for that approximately. Yeah, this is rapid. So today and tomorrow we're gonna play 15 plus 10 rapid, and on the final day, which is Friday, there is gonna be the blitz. As a Sveshnikov player, what should I play against the Alapin? Should I go for knight f6 or more solid? We've talked about it earlier already a little bit. I was always a fan to, well, it depends where white plays it. If they play c3 here, then if you play d5, you have a bit less options because the knight is already on c6. So what I always went for is this line, knight f6, e5, knight d5. And here, there are quite a few moves, like knight b4 is possible, but I always like this line with bishop e6. I think it's quite interesting. And they play with g6, which is interesting for black. I also had one game a couple of years ago with knight c7, which back then was almost a novelty, I think, but nowadays many people start playing it. I think especially if you're playing the Sveshnikov, it makes a lot of sense to go for this system here, because like you should have something which makes sense against second move c3 and also against third move c3. It doesn't make a lot of sense to play two different systems, if you know what I mean. Thank you, Oliver. I hope that you guys, and you especially, Oliver, that you will enjoy the course. It took me such a long time to finish it, because I really wanted to make sure that the lines I'm recommending do actually hold up. And now I'm very satisfied with the work. I've actually fully relied on my on my Nimzo Rogozin course for the World Cup. This was my main repertoire there. Even played the Rogozin against Yu and Yi in our classical game. The Nimzo course, Nimzo Rogozin course is going to be in German, yeah, but we will probably be working on translating it into English soon after that as well. And I would also love to make it a lifetime, like a full repertoire, by also including the move orders like 1c4, 1 knight f3, and the other things too. But that's still a bit in the future. Seems like Eileen is taking over now, so she did play e4, very, very thematic for the King's Indian, opening up the bishop on g7, and now it is finally working on the long diagonal, knight d4, and now c5, another nice move. Kicking out the knight from d4 and at the same time facilitating this development with the knight to c6. And now the knight is heading towards this very, very juicy d4 square. Knight d6, queen e6, and it seems like the knight maybe has to go back. Was she relying on knight c7 here? Actually, what does happen here? It looks like white is winning an exchange, but maybe black can sacrifice it. What's the best answer for white to the Sicilian? I'm actually working already. I'm working on a few different things currently, but I'm also working on a simple 1e4 repertoire for white. So maybe in the next year, I'll be able to shed some light onto that. I'm generally not such a huge fan to enter all of the open Sicilian lines just because everyone is so well prepared nowadays there. And anyway, it's not easy to get an advantage whatsoever there either. So what is actually the point after knight c7 now? If some of you could enlighten me. What am I missing? She didn't play it yet, but I'm just wondering what happens after knight c7. So the Nimzo Rogozin course is only covering Nimzo and Rogozin. So also the Catalan is going to be missing. That's also why I was saying I would love to make it a like a full repertoire, also against Catalan, against Reti, against the English. But yeah, that's still gonna take me some time to finish as well. What tournaments are you planning to play in the coming year? I will play an Open in Ireland in January. But apart from that, don't have that many plans yet. If you guys know of any tournaments which are at a nice location with good opposition, let me know in the comment section down below. Haven't checked so much just yet, but the tournament calendar overall next year didn't seem like, at least so far, I didn't see a lot of tournaments in the next few months. Generally this time between January, February, often not so many tournaments are there. Who's your favorite to win the tournament? Well, I guess that now Wagner Dinara is leading. She's definitely one of the favorites of the event. But overall, the event is very, very close together. Like all of the players, I think, are very close to each other when it comes to strength. Yeah, I play in Sligo. Yeah, that's the Open. Grenke is there too. I mean, at some point I gotta play the tournament, but I was always just a bit worried about first of all the time control, that there is no increment, and secondly also these double rounds. I feel like it can be a bit exhausting. I mean, always prefer at least single rounds. Queen f6, you're saying, yeah, in the line we spoke about earlier, because I was still wondering what happens after knight c7 now. But queen f6 I will also take on a8. I don't think this is what you mean here. I was thinking queen e7 too. That seems to be the move. And if knight takes a8, can I go bishop d4? Yeah, that's the whole point. Now if the queen moves, then I probably take on d6 first, and then the knight on a8 is going to be trapped. So that is the refutation. Nice spot by Aline, yeah. She also played that fairly quickly, yeah. She just went knight c6 quickly and was confident that knight c7 doesn't work because of queen e7, which was a great assessment. So now this is the current position, and it's an absolute nightmare for black, and a dream come true for any King's Indian player from the black side. I was maybe a bit too harsh on Eline's play earlier with f5, because in the end it worked out really nicely, and she has this very nice feeling for dynamics, and was confident that she will get e4, and in the game it really worked out well. And I think she's gonna take this one home. Now I guess e takes d4. Yeah, really looking forward to Sligo. Oliver, have you played there in the past or just heard about the tournament? Grenke has increment, I thought. I thought it doesn't. I thought it's like 2 hours for the whole game, something like that. Or did they change it recently? Yeah, so now the bishop on e2 is gone, and black should be able to win. Full piece up. What's happening in Badelka's game? Looks like she is winning against Wagner Dinara. So last time we saw the position was here, and Badelka actually found the best move, queen to a4. Nice move, yeah. Earlier I think I was only talking about rook c2, when I was bothered that black can take and now put the pawn to a protected square, but queen a4 pins the pawn on c6. g6 was played. Best move according to the computer, but actually not sure why it is necessary to play g6. What is the idea? Just to get the knight to g7, I guess, has to be the idea. Now g5. Why not this here? Then I guess rook c1. Difficult to protect the pawn. Still, computer likes black here. Is there some counter chances like this? Seems like it. Double rounds are exhausting, but you are young and fit. Well, thank you for that compliment. I'm not sure that I'm young anymore, like if I compare myself to most of the opposition which I'm facing nowadays. But yeah, it does of course help, yeah. But still, I like to be in a in a more relaxed mode, and if I have two games per day, I'm not sure that it's so great for me. Chess Festival in Munich is there. When are the dates for that? Do you know that? Chess Festival in Munich, and also Whitsun Open. Where is that exactly? Also in Granca, only 15 minutes before the game the pairings are posted. Yeah, that's also quite a big difference, of course. Yeah. I mean, I don't really mind that to play without preparation. It's not really about that. It's just to have some time to relax and things. And playing chess all day long, I'm not sure it's the thing which is gonna give me so much pleasure. Where exactly is Whitsun? I guess that's kind of a gap in my knowledge, which I should be ashamed about. But I'm not sure where I know Whitsun is. Around April, I see. So Whitsun is part of the Munich Chess Festival. It is in Munich. That's embarrassing. I even play for Munich for the chess club. Wow, what happened here? There was, hang on. Okay, I mean, I thought that Queen f8 is winning, but of course it's losing because the rook on f2 is still pinned there. That's not it, but knight xe6 is lost. How is that? Oh, rook f8 is just coming and there's no way to protect it. That's a pity. And computer gives +8, yeah? I guess knight xe6 is coming, also this might be a threat. Christopher, you saw my Hamburg vlog. Well, thank you for that. And we also do have Club Mate in Austria, but I typically don't buy it. I don't drink a lot of soft drinks. And okay, there the temptation was just insane. Yeah, I could have taken whatever drinks I wanted there. They have this huge box of Club Mate and other things, and I was indulging in it heavily every day. One of my favorite things in the Hamburg studio, the unlimited drink section. Of course, non-alcoholic. Yeah, that's a shame for Austria's #1 female player. Taking only 6 here, that's just a pity, yeah? That she missed Queen takes c6 and then Rook f8. Instead, Queen f6 would have probably been lights out. Black does not have a perpetual because there is King f1, King h1, and then I don't think that it's possible to stop this. Also now with the King on h1, there is a threat of Queen f8. So now this works because the Rook on f2 is not pinned anymore. Yeah, and now we have the same position like earlier, just that there is no knight on g5 anymore. So now it should be more easily winning for black. Aline Rivers also a piece up. Now let's get back to Laura Unuk's game, which we haven't seen for some time. This is where we left it off. h6, g3 was played, kicking back the bishop to d6, and now h4. King e7, leaving the pawn on g5 en prise. I'm wondering why not g4? Maybe she just wanted to keep some tension on the king side. That would be the logical explanation. But not sure that this was so great, because also here white can probably not castle. Maybe even you can think about something like this. Yeah, probably doesn't work just yet, but there are ideas like that. For example, if I make a slow move like h5, for example, or something like king g7, maybe king g7, then white cannot castle because of bishop takes g3. So during Easter time, there are some opens, yeah? Thank you guys for telling me about that. But there's still some time until then, right? Like before that, I don't think there are too many tournaments. I know that there is a tournament in Austria, in Graz, in fact. So if any of you guys are living in Austria or are thinking of visiting, I can highly recommend the tournament. But at that time of the year, I have some other obligations. I think it's in early February. But I've played in Graz, in the Graz Open, quite a few times, and it was always a pleasure. Organizing team is very nice. The hotel is pretty good too. And the location as well. So Anna left the pawn on g5, and now of course white cannot take on g5 immediately because of rook h1, picking up the rook on a1. Instead, queenside castle was played, and now also only with one pair of rooks left, it's going to be much more difficult for black to generate anything on the queenside, because with only one rook, the attack is probably going to be quite slow. White's rook entered on the h file, and bishop b4 funny, yeah? Intending to take on c3. King d2 was played. And now Laura took on g4. And this is the current live position. With opposite color bishops, white is 2 pawns up. Not an easy conversion. I'm not sure if Laura should have taken on g4 here. Maybe there was another way to prepare it. Maybe bishop e2 followed by bishop takes g4, not to allow black any counter chances on the h file. Still good winning chances here, of course. Ah, Reykjavik is there. Yeah, you're right. I was thinking of playing Reykjavik already for quite a long time because Iceland is a pretty beautiful country. And I played once in Reykjavik in the European individuals in 2021, I believe, where I actually beat Gawain Jones. That was probably the highest rated opponent I ever beat. At that time, he was 2695 or something, almost 2700. Can you play in DSAM? I guess it's something with Germany, Deutsche Schach something, German chess. I'm not sure which tournament it is. Amateur championship, perhaps? Probably I can't. I guess there is some rating restriction which I probably am not allowed to take part in. Well, now it's Yuan Yi. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. But I did not beat Yuan Yi in classical. I meant classical victories. I only beat Yuan Yi in the rapid tiebreak. Yeah, it should be amateur championship. I guess I'm not. I guess I'm not allowed to play there. So Eline Rubers with a very, very nice game here. Seems like this is completely lights out for white. Rook f3, what a finish. So of course, being winning early already with a piece up. Rook takes f2 with the point. Rook f2 runs into this, and knight g4. And rook g1 was played, and now rook f3. Lights out because white cannot take with a pawn because of queen h3 checkmate. And well, Maria gave the queen, but black is up too much material here. This game should end in a second. Did Gawain Jones play the King's Indian against you? No, because I played e4. Played e4 against him, and it was some Spanish. It was actually quite a good attacking game from my part. If you want to check it out, be my guest. Yeah, nice that Eline is gonna get her first victory of the event with a pretty good game here. So this game by Laura, I think this could still take some time. In the meantime, Badelka should not be able to save the point here. It's just a piece up for nothing. So Eline Rubers managed to win her game. Now let's get back to Laura Unuk's game against Anna Muzychuk, since I believe this is probably the one which we're gonna stick to for the longest. Yeah, probably as a 2500 GM, you're not an expected guest at the amateur championship. That's for certain. So queen is getting active behind the king, but still no real checkmate threats. I mean, now maybe bishop c1 is an idea, with ideas of queen a3. Yeah, not so easy how white can convert the advantage here. Bishop c1 maybe? Ah, there's queen a2. Actually, how is this endgame? I guess this should be easily winning, yeah. The h-pawn is not going anywhere, but like if black just waits here, I think I will just push the pawns, put my king to b4, And the thing is for black also that maybe white can even run in with the king like this, because taking the pawn runs into h6 and the pawn is probably queening. Thomas Pitts played in the German amateur championship. Well, I'm not German, so I guess this is the first this is the first criteria which makes it impossible for me to take part in the tournament. Yeah, king d8 probably smart move. Yeah, the king is probably going to be needed on the queen side rather than on the king side. But Elka has already lost her game against Wagner Dinara. Again, very unfortunate blunder there in a winning position. Which means that Dinara is keeping her lead in the tournament. Yeah, Tegernsee Open in next year, 2026. Definitely think about it. I heard that the location is very nice. I was also approached already, I think this year, maybe also last year, by the organizers, but it was always not possible for me to play. I think this year it even overlapped with the it overlapped with something. Didn't overlap with the World Cup, but I think it was just too much for me because I played World Cup, Croatian Team Championship, and Austrian Team Championship now as well. It was quite a busy schedule. She played a6, which I don't like so much because it's going to be more difficult to create the passed pawn on the queen side later on, with the pawn already being on a6. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting game to follow here. I think that black has definitely some drawing chances. Computer just jumped to +10. Maybe there was a chance here for white to play h6. Seems like it. And now if bishop h6, there's queen to e5 check. And I think the black's king is going to end up in some checkmate net. In the game, Laura played queen. Ah, that was her idea. Okay, I will take everything back which I just said about my move, about my critique of the move a6, because I think her idea was actually quite deep. She wants to go queen a2 and then wants to be able to activate her queen on a5. So she played queen a2, and now the queen is actually getting to a5 nicely. But, ooh, the a6 pawn, and black was able to capture it. So close. Still not so clear even how white should proceed here. I mean, b5 followed by b6 would be a nice idea, but maybe just to bishop c7. Not so simple, all of that. Maybe queen a4. Preparing this and or this. Yeah, now it should be a draw. I mean, even if bishop d6 comes and the queen moves, there can be some checkmate threats, yeah, but should not happen. White is still a pawn up, by the way, yeah. It did overlap with the World Cup, yeah, I see. Well, thank you for watching my recaps, even though you played in the tournament. That's very nice of you for cheering on me during the event. So queen f8 was played. I guess the f7 pawn is too late to be saved. So bishop d6, this was also my first intention. And now bishop e7 is going to be played. And then there is going to be a nasty threat on a3. Actually, bishop e7 is a blunder. I guess if that's a blunder, then black had to play king d8. Very difficult move. What is exactly the point? Now bishop g6. And why is this okay with the bishop on d6 and the king on d8? I guess here black does not have sufficient checks, yeah? So queen d1 was played in the game. Let me just check this briefly. So if king d8, bishop g6, now I can go queen d1. And if king b2, in the game queen e2 was played. difficult for me to understand the exact difference. I mean, you're not pinned with the bishop, but what difference it exactly makes, I'm not 100% sure. Playing chess and then coming home to relax with some chess. Yeah, I completely get you, man. I very often do the same. So computer is saying that white is winning here. But okay, we've already seen some repetitions now. If white goes back king c2, then it already should be a draw. So I guess king b2 needs to be tried, did they? Ah, they made a draw here. Interesting. So let me quickly see what is the win for white. I will cheat here for once. So queen e1, white should go king b2, queen e2, and now bishop c2. Queen takes b5. King c1, and I guess if the king is on d8 and the bishop on d6, then you have some ideas with bishop a3 check. That's my best explanation. And here it's winning apparently because this white h-pawn is running. Can I go h6 here? Now bishop g5. Yeah, actually bishop g5 is also a threat, yeah? An even bigger threat than bishop a3. But here it says king d2 and white should be safe. Yeah, king b2 and bishop c2, this is exactly what we're analyzing now. So white should try this, give up the pawn, king c1. And now in comparison to what we've seen earlier, if black had the chance to have this position with king on d8 and bishop on d6, then apparently it would have been fine because the bishop is not pinned. But now white is winning because can go queen f4 is one idea to prevent bishop g5, or king d2. Because now bishop g5 is also ineffective because of f4. If the king is on c1, then there is queen f1 with check, picking up the f4 pawn. All right. I think Dinara has had a pretty good 2025, even getting German #1, I believe. Hasn't she been German #1 already for some time? I thought that she has caught up with Elisabeth Paetz already for a longer period. But yeah, maybe not. Maybe you're right. Yeah, I generally like Dinara's chess quite a lot. She's one of the top female players, which I think has one of the best preparations, which might also have to do that her husband actually is also a very strong player, and they might exchange quite some ideas on a regular basis too. Her husband, Dennis Wagner, one of Germany's strongest players, is also a very, very strong theoretician. Yeah, Nico, you might be right. Yeah, that more recently she caught up with Paetz. Not so familiar with Paetz's rating changes over the past few months, since I haven't honestly seen her play in so many events recently. I think she's also expecting a baby, if I'm not incorrectly informed. All right, let's change to this view. So this round is over. Let me quickly tell you what are the current standings. So Wagner Dinara is first place with 3.5 out of 4 games. Laura Onuk second place with 2.5 points. And Maria Musicuk 1.5 points. Anna Musicuk 2 points. Yeah, so basically what you need to know is that Wagner Dinara is leading by a 1-point margin. And Aline Rubers now in this round managed to get her first victory. They played in Dortmund. There was a women's tournament against. Yeah. It does ring a bell. What you're saying, it does certainly ring a bell. So let me check, when is the next round supposed to start. in 20 minutes. So these are the pairings for the next round. We have Anna Mosichuk against Olya Badelka, Dinara Wagner against Maria Mosichuk, and Eline Rubers against Laura Onuk. Happy Jess, welcome to the stream. I'm glad that you were able to make it. I'm doing well. I'm actually having a great time in the stream. Might also have to do with the fact that I recently bought my second screen, which I'm now always looking at and seeing what you guys are commenting in the chat. Eline is crazy. I don't know why she is not a GM yet. Do you mean that as a compliment, that she's crazy? She has this very nice attacking style. Like if you've seen her last game, maybe I'll pull it up for everyone to see again, because she won a very nice game in the King's Indian from the black side against Maria Mosichuk. And for those of you who are looking for new ideas here, it might also be worth mentioning this idea which she played with b6 here, which is quite an interesting line and probably not really well known. Also, Maria Mosichuk has spent 5 minutes already in a rapid game after b6. The whole point is that still this exchange is not so effective. I mean, b6 can also be a weakness, but generally white will not get so much in the King's Indian if he takes on e5. And generally, if white would go for some d5 ideas, now b6 is always going to be very, very useful, because white will have a harder time to achieve the typical c5 break. Also, whenever black puts the knight to c5, then the knight is going to be well supported by the b6 pawn. So yeah, that's the whole point of b6. And in the game later on, they got this typical King's Indian formation where black is risking long term because of the worse pawn structure and some of the light square weaknesses. But she caught the right moment to push e4, which was a great decision. And also her follow-up was very strong, knight e4 c5, fully clamping down the d4 square, which black is now finally ready to make use of. And Maria played knight e6, which looks very logical because the queen doesn't have a lot of squares. But Eline correctly assessed queen e6, and now knight c7 in fact does not work. It does look like it's winning the exchange. But after knight c7, black can go queen to e7. And after knight takes a8, now I believe it was bishop d4. And now the d6 knight is firstly dropping, and after that falls, then also the knight on 8 is going to be falling on the next move. No, you're not mistaken, Happy Chess. I did recently bring out my own opening repertoire. I think what you're referring to is probably my King's Indian course from the black side, which I did a huge project with ChessBase, and the course was released last week, I think, or about 2 weeks ago. In that course, I'm not going into those lines with an immediate e5, but instead I'm always recommending knight a6 lines, which, if I'm mistaken, please correct me, but I think this was never really recommended in some bigger courses. So knight a6, short castle e5, this is what has been analyzed extensively in my King's Indian course for black. Is Olga Badelka the highest rated Austrian woman, or is there any homegrown talent? She is the highest rated player in Austria. If some of you guys have been around for a longer time, you might have heard of Eva Moser, who used to be Austria's #1 rated woman for a very long time, and was incredibly strong. I think her highest peak was around 2480, maybe even above 2500. I'm not entirely sure, but she was always the best player by far. Unfortunately, she passed away a couple of years ago with pretty young age. I think she was only 35 or 40. And she's also given up playing chess already a bit earlier than that. Unfortunately, I never really seen her play in real life. Maybe when I was just a small kid, I seen her compete in some tournaments where I was watching, but she quit chess already a couple of years ago. So yeah, Badelka is our #1 rated female player. We do have specifically one pretty big talent, I would say, Emilia de Axala, who is 18 years old and is around 2200. No, Eva Moser did not become a grandmaster. Maybe she got some norms. Not so sure about that. but she was in the elite of women players for many, many years. Really an exceptional talent. Her alongside Grandmaster Markus Rager, who was the first player to reach 2700 from Austria, are our superstars, alongside Wilhelm Steinitz and some others, but that was already some longer time ago. I might look into it. Currently have Gawain Jones' book, but there are way too many variations. He covers the Knight B7, Knight C6, Mar del Plata. Yeah, I just want one option better for me to study. That was also my approach in my Kingstinian course, that mostly these lines with in this Mar del Plata with Knight C6 are just super crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of theory, and that was my approach with the course in general. That I want to recommend lines that are maybe less theoretical, and some of the lines maybe black is a little bit worse, but I've always tried to have positions where black still has a lot of dynamic possibilities to get a fighting game, even if the computer gives a slight edge to white. By the way, Happy Chess, I can show you one idea from the course immediately. So in this line after e5, this is one of the main lines in the course. White has two moves, bishop e3 is one of them. The other one is rook e1, which nowadays is played maybe even more often because it has a very solid reputation. And here I'm recommending the very rare move, e takes d4, knight takes d4, now knight c5. And there's a lot of surprising stuff here in this line. Not many games at all. And recently Jordan van Forest actually played this in the World Cup to knock out Alisher Soleimanov. And he won a nice game here from the black side. And black has a lot of fascinating attacking ideas. For example, if f3, knight h5 comes, followed by queen h4, bishop e5. And yeah, some interesting ideas there. All right, so let's pull up the view for the next round. So these are the pairings. Round should start in 13 minutes. So I think I'll use the chance to go for another quick break, and I will be back in 10 minutes. So see you guys very soon. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The final round of today has just started, and we see a couple of very topical openings here. We have Anna Muzichuk against Olga Badelka and Wagner Dinara, who is currently leading the tournament, sticking to her style and going for the Catalan against Maria Muzichuk, former women's world champion. And we have Lynn Rubers with an open e4 position in the French against Laura Unuk. And we are back with the commentary. So this is the final round of today. After that, it is over for today. And tomorrow we are going to start at 12 a.m. Central European time, just to have that set already. Again, if there are any games you would like to jump to or would like my opinion on a certain opening/line, don't hesitate to ask in the chat. I will always look at it on the side. Looks like Laura Onuk is heading to this end game, which has always had a bit of a sad reputation. Very, very solid for black, but typically white keeps a nice edge there. Wagner Dinara with a very topical line in the Catalan. And Olga Badelka trying out some modern/Purits. I think it started off with a modern defense. Yeah, looks like Elaine Rubers is heading towards this end game, where white keeps a slight edge. It's definitely holdable for black. What do you think about the classical Sicilian? Certainly playable. Nothing wrong with that. Classical Sicilian, lots of new opening ideas there. Actually, since I see, Milo, that you are a VIP patron, you can actually see one of my videos for members only. I did a full repertoire for black in the classical Sicilian with a pretty new and interesting idea, which has been catching up a bit recently, but still I think has pretty nice surprise value. Checkmate Nico still in the chat. It's so nice that you're sticking around for so long. When you come back, why would you play knight a6 without a5? Can't white try to respond with b4 with tempo? Now I'm definitely no expert, but wouldn't you usually want to have a5 before knight a6? I mean, the thing is, if we had to some position in the King's Indian, just as a brief explanation. For example, yeah, so in this classical line, bishop e2, I start with knight a6, short castle e5. The thing is now typically once white goes d5, you hit the e4 pawn immediately with knight c5. You're completely right. If white has already a move like knight e2 extra here, then b4 would be coming. But typically in those lines, white does not manage to do that. And now if queen c2, then black is already in time to fix the knight on c5. And otherwise, like white does not always have a good option to prevent this knight c5 followed by a5 in most of the lines. The only thing is, like, if white goes bishop d3, then those systems are a bit less effective, because then white can put the bishop to c2, where it's often placed a bit better. But even here, black can go a5, yeah, so it's also possible. Speaking about a5, now we are in Olga Badelka's game, which did not start with the modern, but in fact with a Purits move order. Knight f6, bishop d3. Anna Muzichuk playing exactly the line that I'm also playing with white myself. I did also recommend that in my Reti course, of course with a different move order, but this is the position I've also recommended there. And Anna goes for h3, which I don't think is necessary just yet. I think you can start with c3 or short castle, and bishop g4 is never really such a big issue, because typically you would like to start with knight d2 and then play h3 and then recapture with a knight on f3. And this h3 tempo can definitely be useful sometimes. I mean, it's not a bad move for sure. Like h3 always fits in with the position well. I just assumed that here, well, maybe black could go c5, but also here c3 should keep everything protected nicely. Why I wouldn't start with a5? You mean here in castle bishop e2? Well, first of all, you would need to start with a5 here, which doesn't do a lot for black's development. But let's say we get this position, and now with a5, you're not really doing much in the center. Like, for example, if white goes for something like rook e1 now, what do you do with this extra a5 move? Maybe you can play knight c6 now, but a5 can often be a weakness too. Like, even in those structures, whenever you play c6 now, which is typically the move you want to make, then the b6 square is weakened. Also now, for example, against bishop e3, with the knight being on a6, you have a lot more things happening in the center. Typically, you would like to reply with the knight on a6, you would like to reply with queen e7. But now, for example, I can imagine that something like this could immediately ask some pretty nasty questions, yeah, and yeah, which would be different with the knight on a6. Like here, for example, can just go back queen d8, and for example, bishop c5 doesn't work because the knight is on a6. I hope that was useful to shed some light onto the differences. Let me know if you have any further questions. So Badelka played a5 here, quite a typical move in those positions, just gaining space on the queen side and also preventing white from doing so himself with b4 later on. Knight e2 was played, and now knight h5. This is exactly the reply you would typically like in those positions. And in fact, it's also one of the reasons why in my Reti course, typically I would like to go for bishop c2 here. That's quite a smart move because the computer always likes to go for d5 in those structures, but I don't think that those positions are so easy. Like it's quite typical to a King's India, but also white has lost the tempo by going c3 and then c4. So this is not so clear. And with white, I would like to keep the center intact. And after knight e2, knight h5, it's not easy to do that. Especially now you cannot guard the pawn on d4 with knight b3 because it would run into a4. So I'm curious what Anna will do now, especially now with the knight on d2, you don't really want to go d5. Because now in those structures, you would really prefer to have the knight on c3 rather than on d2. So in my course, I gave some ideas with bishop c2. The point now is if black goes for a waiting move like h6, for example, now you're ready to go knight d2. And after knight h5, now you go knight f1, and now the d4 pawn is protected. And you can continue with bishop e3, queen d2, rook d1 with a nice position. What do I think should be Anna's plan now? It's hard to say. I mean, I think black has already achieved something out of the opening here. Like also at this point, I guess bishop e3 could be more precise to start with. Because now you need to do something in the center. I don't think that you can sacrifice the pawn like this. Shouldn't be enough compensation for white. Yeah, Anna is thinking, I would certainly not like to go d5 here. Maybe the computer still says that this is the best move, but yeah, d5 is the best. Bishop e2, strange move. I mean, I would be thinking maybe even to take on e5 already and just say, okay, it's going to be equal, but at least I will not run into any king-side attacks. Okay, let me turn on the evil bar again, just without any moves being shown. Yeah, d5 definitely is a good King's Indian for black. I would not go for that with white. Like this could go wrong very, very quickly. I don't know, knight f4 and then f5, for example. Looks quite scary for white. So this actually happened in the game. Anna did go for d5, knight f4 first, an intermezzo, bishop to c2, knight e7, and now knight f1. I'm not sure I like playing knight f4 immediately. It's absolutely all right, objectively speaking, but typically it's always a bit more unpleasant for your opponent if you start with a move like this, because knight f4 is not really running away, I guess. Maybe she didn't want to allow knight f1, and now knight f4, maybe she didn't like white to take on f4. That could be one idea why she started with knight f4 first. Why not take on c6 after knight f4? If you take on c6, then I can take on d3. And then the rook is attacked. Also, black has gained the bishop here. And even concretely, maybe I take on c1. If rook c1, I can take here. Well, maybe you can take here first, but still, also this position looks fantastic for black. Maybe not f5 because it runs into queen b3, but something like a4 first, for example, rook b8, and then f5 on the next move is coming. Gives black a great position. Yeah, rook e3. This is just what we've been talking about, but I think black is generally doing quite well. Yeah, take on b7 and then this line, which I've just shown. I think the computer said that even stronger is not to take on c1, but maybe something like knight f4, keeping the knight here, keeping an extra attacker, and now at least like f5 might even come with more punch. Again, not watching out for queen b3 check, but something like rook b8 first and then f5 gives black a fantastic position. Yeah, now it's Podelka's turn after knight f1. I think you should not go for f5 here, because typically now white has those ideas to take and go e5. This is often what you're trying to avoid here. Or maybe also some knight g5 jumps. So she goes h6. I'm not sure if it's with the plan to go g5, because g5 would weaken the f5 square. Is it possible to play c6 here? Typically not what you want to do. Like, usually you just want to play on the king side, but I thought that now white didn't have the greatest grip over the center, so to play like this, but yeah. Not sure if black is in fact the one who is playing on the queen side here anyway. Yeah, not so sure what black should do. h6 looks natural. What does the computer want here? Bishop h6, wow. Okay, that's not the move which I would be thinking about, just to prepare f5 on the next move. Actually quite a nice motive. Quite a nice idea. Is king h8 sensible at all? I was also thinking about that. I don't know what I'm doing specifically, but just to make a move, yeah. I think h6 is fine. Because black is going to have some attacking chances too with g5, even though it does weaken some squares. Yeah, let's jump to the next game. Dinara Wagner against Maria Muzichuk. This started off with a Catalan with bishop b4 check, bishop d2. Bishop e7, and very classical line here. Generally in this Catalan, it's usually useful for black to provoke bishop d2. You can of course also play with bishop e7 and this line, but the point why black wants to provoke bishop d2 is that in those positions, white often has the idea to go knight d2 and then trying to push for e4, which is not possible if the bishop is on d2. Also with the bishop on c1, you have ideas to fianchetto the bishop to the queen side. So that's the whole point of the inclusion. Knight e5 played, bishop b7, and now knight c3. I guess still having some intentions to push e4. Knight d7, and now c takes d5. There is often a line, let me think how it can come. There is often the line where white wins the bishop pair. I guess it's possible here, bishop f4. And this is quite a typical position that can arise out of this opening. When white gets the bishop pair, but black is also very solid and has a slight lead in development, perhaps too. So that's why it makes it playable for black. By the way, sorry Aditya, I missed your message from earlier. Is the King's Indian still hard to analyze with the engine? Back in the day, everything was +1 and was hard to understand when the computer was right or wrong. I think it's a bit easier nowadays because the computers are just so strong. And you mostly just, I mean, not always, but very often you see in a matter of seconds if something is actually playable or not. Like in my King's Indian course, I had a rule that I never wanted the advantage to be bigger than 0.50, which in the end I think I was able to do. Actually, in most of the lines, it was even possible to, or in many of the lines, it was possible to achieve objective equality. But yeah. So back to the game. This was this was played. I think that now already black has a pretty successful outcome of the opening. Rook c8, very natural. Typically, I don't think that white plays knight c3 so early. So I think rook d1 or rook c1 or bishop f4 are typically the moves white plays here. Yeah, and as it often is in those positions, actually the bishop on g2 is slightly misplaced. Not even slightly, actually. Misplaced by quite a lot. And I even had some games where with white I got into a lot of trouble out of this seemingly pleasant variation for white, because simply the bishop on g2 is not doing so much. Knight e4, bishop f4, bishop f6. Also black can maybe already trade here. Looks also fairly nice, and then this c3 pawn is going to be backward. So take on e4, knight e5. This was played, and this is the live position. Still seems very safe for black. Maybe bishop d5 can come to occupy this nice square. At some point, maybe black can also think about taking on e5. And after d takes e5, the pawn on e5 could also become weak. Yeah, I think I know which candidates tournament you're talking about. It was maybe the one which Karyakin won at the end. Where I remember that Karyakin had a couple of these Queen's Indian games. I think it was... How was it exactly? I mean, he played it a lot with bishop a6 back in the day. There were a lot of theoretical debates back then in those lines. I think this is what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, a few years ago it was more difficult to make the King's Indian work, in at least in some of the sidelines, yeah. But it turns out, like, it became clear, I think it's like 2 years ago, that in the King's Indian, actually the best move in this absolute main line, like on some insane depth according to the computer, that the best move was actually h6. If you would have told that to some of the guys from like 50 years ago, they would probably laugh at you. Yeah, Topalov, Nakamura, Karyakin, all of them had this Queen's Indian now. Yeah, Rook b1 by Topalov. I also remember some of those things still. Yeah, bayonet is of course the critical line in the King's Indian. Yeah, with b4. It's also what I play with white. One of the, I think this is probably maybe the only line in this King's Indian where it's really not possible to achieve equality. Like white will have some pleasant position if both players play perfectly, but like practically speaking, of course, it's also possible to make things work here. For example, even some position like this, the computers are always showing some huge advantage for white, like plus 1.3 or something, but I never thought it was so easy to play some positions like this. Yeah, rook e8 is also possible instead of h6. This is what I suggested in some of my videos. All right, so it looks like Maria is doing pretty well here. Cannot be worse for sure. E5 might drop pretty quickly. So looking good for the former women's world champion. Let's check out Eline Rubers' game, which we haven't had a look at yet. So this was the French Steinitz with c takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop c5. I myself have mostly played a6 here. Also recommended this in my French course with Grandmaster Rainer Buhmann. This line, as I said earlier, has a bit of a sad reputation. Black is very solid in the endgame, and there were even some pretty nice wins which black can achieve here, typically with the ideas alongside g5, trying to break the structure, which also explains Eline's next move, h4, gaining space on the king side and also avoiding black from having this thematic push with g5. Like, for example, here this could be an idea, because white never really wants to take here, since then black gains the central pawn and can maybe continue in some Benko Gambit style on the king side. After a4, a5, how would theory go in the bayonet? So white takes on a5 there, and it goes on with different possibilities, but I think it it breaks the scope here a bit to go too deep into that. Why not g5 immediately? I thought maybe it could run into some immediate knight b5. Also, I mean, it's always the question, white should probably play g3 here. Not sure if this is... Yeah, g5 actually immediately is shown as the best move, yeah? So like this, black can play. Still, white should just keep the tension like this and play something like bishop d3, I guess, then king d2, and even like this, white is probably a bit better, but black has some ideas to play with rook g8, take at the right moment, and maybe counter with f6. So g5 immediately would have been a possibility. Laura played king e7, now h4, knight c5, and very instructive, now g5. I've seen this motive quite often when I was analyzing the French for the course. Looks quite ridiculous to play g5 here, but en passant, of course, is not really a dangerous move. Then black can take back with a pawn, and even contests the h-file. And if white takes f takes g5, then black, I guess, can go rook g8 and try to win back the g5 pawn. Knight f3, knight e4, and winning back the pawn like this. Yeah, after g3, like earlier, the line which you were suggesting, g5, g3, king e7, and then f6. Yeah, this is probably a very active plan for black, but also there's nothing particularly wrong with how Laura approached it. Maybe white could wait with pushing h5 or being a bit more careful with rook h3 here, because if you play h5, it does give black this chance to push g5. If you start with a move like bishop d3, he will probably not be able to get that. And then king d2 first, maybe g4, g5, just clamping down the king side, and then sooner or later white can also try to play on the queen side. Yeah, here it's starting to look like black is taking over, because often what happens in the structure now is that the e5 pawn can become pretty weak. Still, if rook g5, there's going to be knight f3, so it's not so simple yet. Bishop c6, on castle, h6, b4, knight e4, and actually now it is again white who has the advantage, so I'm wondering where Laura could have continued more precisely. Is it an idea to regroup the knight to g5 like this? Or actually to g3 maybe. Hit the pawn on h5, it's another idea. But I also don't know about f5, maybe this is an idea. Computer wants to play like this. So if bishop e4, then I guess d takes e4, then putting pressure on g2. And you probably don't want to take on f6, because then I will have ideas to play in the center with e5 quickly. Yeah, now white is back in control, maybe even some ideas with discoveries, but it's probably not so effective yet, I thought, because g4 is hanging, but also a7 is hanging. So maybe knight e6 is immediately possible tactical idea. Still waiting for Aline to make her move. Okay, let's go back to this view perhaps. See what developments there have been. Structural change in Podelka's game against Anna Muzichuk. Now Podelka having the doubled pawns, but some pressure along the h8 to a1 diagonal. See some nice regrouping by Anna. Knight h2, perhaps going to f3 next. Aline probably thinking about this shot with knight takes e6, which does seem pretty natural. Yeah, Anna Muzichuk putting back her knight to f3, regrouping it nicely from f1. And Dinara Wagner in under some pressure perhaps because the pawn on e5 is a bit weak. Thinking if Maria Muzichuk can maybe go for b5 just to protect the b6 pawn, and then trying to grab the e5 pawn next. Maybe also rook b5 is an idea which Maria could explore to hit the queen, and then perhaps taking on e5 next. $2,700 or candidates, what do you mean? You mean for myself? I think both of those are, I'm not sure if either of those things are close in my reach. Eileen did go for knight c6 check, which surprises me a bit because she could have had a similar version, I guess, if she would have taken on e6, just getting an extra pawn. Still, it looks promising. Maybe it's even a stronger continuation than knight takes e6. So I guess her point is if black takes with the pawn on c6, then she also takes on a4 and then also takes on a7. What do you think about 7 bishop e3 h6, and which line? I guess you mean on in the French, yeah? We can actually go back to that game. So I guess you mean in this variation here. h6. I've seen that Arjun Erigaisi has played this system recently. I think he had 2 or 3 games, and surprisingly it's very much possible for black to play like that. It's not a bad line. h6 can be definitely explored. How would knight takes e6 have gone? Yeah, I was just about to go there. It seems like Eileen found an equally strong continuation. If knight takes e6, I'm not sure how black would recapture. I mean, you could think about taking with the king and then maybe to grab the pawn on e5, but I think in all of those lines, white will take on a7, and then if she can, also take on b7. The same if bishop takes e6, also rook a4, and then white can grab this pawn and b7 is going to be weak. And if something like rook b8, then maybe those pawns are starting to come. Or maybe b6 first, some ideas like this. But she went for knight c6 check, which does have the upside that now the 7th rank is also weakened immediately. So for example, if black takes, then rook a7, and immediately bishop e5 is a threat. So interesting continuation by Eileen. Might be that she is starting her comeback now. She won the last game nicely against Maria Muzichuk in the King's Indian. And perhaps she's getting 2 back-to-back wins now. Seems taken with the king is kind of drawish. You mean in the other line? You mean after knight takes e6, king e6? Well, computer gives around +1 if that's any help for you. But I think it's very much move to move, like move by move. Like if b7 is falling, I think that black can often throw in the towel quickly, yeah? And rook b8 also looks quite passive. It seems like this is the best move, but if this is drawish, I'm not sure. Like, what if white starts pushing the pawns on the queen side? Now also f7 is hanging, so black cannot even take here. Probably has to take with the bishop. And h5 taking is not possible because of rook f5 check. What else can black do? Maybe something like f5, but yeah, this would have probably been the best, yeah. So that's why it's not clear if Eileen maybe even chose the stronger continuation with knight c6 check. So this was played in the game. But rook f6, big blunder it seems. Going after the h6 pawn seems like it's not the right plan in this position. But what else should she have gone for? Maybe rook b1. But then the king can move to e8, and maybe this is an idea, and then a4 on the next move. And for example, here, if white gets this passed pawn, I think it's gonna be quite difficult for black. Maybe even a5 can be another idea. Should be winning. How much is the evaluation here? So here it was winning for white, I think, with moves like rook b1. Maybe this could also be an idea, with the idea of rook b4 next. Bishop e2, maybe 2, yeah? I'm just curious after rook g5 how it can continue. This is always black's idea. And then trying to go for rook f6. I mean here, yeah? Bishop e2, rook g5. But I'm not sure you should go after the h6 pawn generally. I think that white's main target should be to play on the queen side, to try and get a passed pawn there. But now Aline is back to being winning. So she played rook f6, take, rook h6, rook g5. And this was her concrete idea, to play with bishop g6. Which also looks very straightforward. And king d6 seems like it was the losing move. Can I go rook f8 just to protect? Seems like this is the way to go. And if white takes everything here, it should be a drawn endgame. I don't know where I'm going, maybe to f6. Pawns are equal, h5 is attacked. Position like this should not be dangerous for black. In the other position, you mean in the line with king takes e6, it was an advantage for white, but not a winning advantage, like 0.7 or something, if we analyzed it a bit deeper there. Yeah, so now after king d6, rook f7, bishop e8 has been tried. Still not so easy because it's still equal material, but I'm wondering, she goes here, rook c6 check. Was this not possible? Maybe she didn't want to allow this, yeah? Maybe not so simple to win. Or rook h5, and then that's even better, yeah? Rook h2 is coming on the next move. But she gave a check first, very precise. Now bishop c6 is forced because now if king c5, there should be a checkmate, yeah? Rook c7 check, and then no matter where the king goes, c3 is going to be made on the next move. Yeah, for sure. No, I think how Eileen played it was even stronger than than the live engine. Knight c6 was a great move. Yeah, that was really a strong find by the Dutch female player. So this is now the live position in the game, and I think white is going to be winning with h7 to come. Still, if black can manage to get e5 and e4, then it might not be so simple to keep the pawn on h7, but e5 always runs into rook f6. Okay, what about Wagner Dinara's game? So this is where we've seen it the last time. Rook d6. She went for bishop c6. I've been saying that I was looking at b5 or rook b5 here. This is of course also possible. Queen a3, rook e5, sacrificing the pawn. And maybe this is the move she missed, queen takes d6. Or I mean, at this point probably she didn't have anything else than to go for that. Because if bc5, then white would even be winning. Queen c5, rook c8, and even bishop takes e4 should be possible here, since bishop takes e4 doesn't work because of checkmate in the very end. So that's the current live position. Black is up a pawn, and also white is struggling with development here. Not sure though if you should keep the queens on the board. Still, black needs to make some decisions here. So she decides to go for the endgame. I was unsure if this is she should go for here. I thought keeping the queens on the board is possible too. And if rook e3, my idea was to just bring the rook to c1. But maybe white can go queen c2. Either trading here or maybe trading here. So she did go for the endgame. Rook c8 and now a4. And maybe white is coming close to securing a draw here, because I think white is going to be in time to play e3. Since rook c1, which would be the nice move to make, doesn't work because of rook b8 with a back rank mate. And otherwise it's just going to be a draw because this extra pawn here is not worth much. And yeah, positions like this generally, like, let's just ignore that there's mate in one now. Positions like this generally are more of an easy draw for white. And this is what we might be seeing. Queen d5 instead of taking, I guess you mean here, queen d5. After queen d5, I can maybe also play e3. And yeah, even an endgame, like even if I trade here, I don't think that black should be better anymore, just because white has full control over the c file, and here counterplay with rook c6 is going to come quickly. Taking on b3 was fine, but there might have been something better. Queen e1 was not it. Rook d8 is also not possible, again because of the back rank mate after taking. So I'm not sure. This is the position now. Seems like Dinara has significant drawing chances now. What about Badelka's game? A lot of trades happened there. Last time we saw the position was here after h6, where we analyzed it the last time. And yeah, this is the push I've been talking about earlier. Typically, it's especially effective once black has played f5, because now in those positions, this move f5 is more of an issue, because the e6 square has also been weakened. But she goes for it here, take and e5. Badelka took, bishop f5. And this is the idea we've already seen earlier, which I liked quite a lot, improving the knight to the f3 square. Queen d6, knight f3. And queen b4, activating the queen there. Also, queen takes f4 would not be effective, I assume, because of queen takes b2 now. Yeah, pretty well played game by both sides, I think. White has the better pawn structure here, but the bishop on g7 is quite powerful. d6 was played, structural change incoming. And white still has now an even better pawn structure. But black has dynamic chances, like maybe to put the bishop to d4 where it's on a nice square, taking the knight, and then activating the king. I don't think that black should have the worst chances here. Maybe queen takes d1 and rook c6, you mean, I guess, still in Wagner's game. So this is the current live position, as I said. I think now it's heading towards a draw. I think this position might be the one you were talking about. Ah, bishop takes c2, yeah. Yeah, right. This is another move, which I guess is one of the computer's first choices. But this also doesn't seem like it's so much for black. Like, even, let's say I go for something like rook d8 here, I'm not sure that even such an endgame is so clear for a human to assess, because it looks like white's passed, white can make a passed pawn. But maybe white's issue is that the king is trapped on g1. I think that's an important move. Bishop e2 and trapping the king on g1. Still, white does have some drawing chances here. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe king f1 first, and only after a move like bishop f3, then rook c8, and then the king is not trapped on f1, and white has some drawing chances. So that's the live position in the game. I think that this is going to be heading towards a draw. Aline Rubers won her game against Laura Unuk. A very nice way to finish the day for her, having a rough start with 3 losses, but now coming back with 2 back-to-back wins. Yeah, h7, this is where we saw it the last time. And yeah, here Laura Unuk resigned, being a full rook down. So I think this game is gonna head towards a draw. What about this game? Anna Musicuk now having some chances. So bishop d4 was played. But maybe I underestimated white's chances here, because now that's actually a very instructive moment. What should black play here? Seems like maybe a4 is an important move, just to get this pawn off of a dark square. Because in the game, first black played king d7, giving white the chance to play a4. White played king f1 first. Still, black should go for a4 here, but black played king c7, and now Anna Muzychuk took the chance and played a4 herself. Computer says this is winning. I'm not 100% sure about that, because it might be that black has some sort of fortress here. But yeah, not so sure about it, because the king comes to c4. Then b4 is gonna come. Even at some moment, you could think about regrouping the knight to d4, hitting f5, and if we go to a pawn endgame, it should usually be lost for black. Nice to see your channel growing. Thank you so much. It is also nice for me to see that. White should keep the knights on the board. Do you think so? You mean in this? You mean here? Yeah, I think that was a great practical decision. Yeah, bishop d4 is also the move I would have played. But it's not easy to understand that this a4 is so necessary here. Like, even this position is not so simple to defend, I would say. F5 is probably not necessary, but I just wanted to go to a position like this. White goes b3. And now, yeah, now the king is more active. The king is able to come to b5. I think that's the main difference, which is not possible in the game because white managed to get his pawn to a4, her pawn to a4, and then can bring the king slowly to the c4 square, which is also what happened in the game. That's the current live position. I guess that knight d4 should be winning here, because this is what I've been talking about earlier. Black can wait, but not for too long, because white is gonna break through with b4. Who's your favorite chess player from Austria? I can definitely tell you the player that has influenced me the most. It was certainly Austria's longtime #1, Markus Raga. I guess he was, when I was sort of growing up or improving in chess, he was always the player to look up to. And I was fortunate enough to have a lot of chances to work with him and also to become friends with him. So he was certainly the one that influenced me the most. Yeah, that's the current live position. Anna Muzychuk hasn't gone for knight d4. I'm not so sure why. Maybe she goes for it now. I guess you can also start with b4, but that seems like a very clinical win. Knight d4, since this pawn endgame, as I've just stated, wins. You should just not go for b5 here. Then black sets up a fortress, but instead white can take here, and then sooner or later black is gonna need to retreat with the king. And yeah, white is gonna enter on b5 and win the game. And now it's on the board. Seems like a rough end of the day for Olya Badelka, who now just lost her previous 2 games. Especially painful loss against Dinara Wagner out of a winning position. And now losing against Anna Muzychuk. Yeah, h4 played. But the extra pawn on the king side does not make a difference. Black can still try a trick with g4 here, hoping for white to take, when black can break through like this and even win the game. But the problem is that white can just ignore everything here, take on a5, and black cannot make an extra passed pawn on the queen side. Yeah, bad news for the Austrian fans. In the meanwhile, Wagner Dinara is still having to suffer a little bit perhaps in this game, but it should end in a draw. That's probably also going to be the game which we're going to focus on for the remainder of the commentary. f4 been played. Now take and rook e6. Is there any way that black can still try something here? If rook b3, rook e4, King g4. I don't know. Guess this should be a draw, but still black can try something here. It's not like it's a completely basic draw. Maybe it is, but black can still pretend. Also rook b4 is possible. Yeah, maybe this is an even better try to keep those 2 pawns. It was also played in the game. Because those endgames, like if, for example, this happens, they can be tricky sometimes. Here white has the correct setup already, but if this king is on e2, I think then it can be often quite tricky. And new match with Markus Ragasun, gotta get your revenge. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it was a lot of fun last time. Hopefully also for the viewers. So we are definitely gonna plan that in the near future. A commentary tomorrow starts at 12 a.m. Central European time and is probably gonna take a bit longer than today. Let me give you the exact starting times in a second. Yeah, tomorrow on Thursday, the first round is at 12 and the last round should start at 5 p.m. So we should be taking a bit longer than today. So this is the last remaining game. Wagner Dinara, the current leader of the tournament, having to defend a slightly worse endgame against Maria Muzichuk, even though it should be a draw. I've seen many top players lose this endgame too. Felix, my coach has said, since I started watching analysis, I improved dramatically, hoping to break 2K next year. Well, I'm really happy to hear that. It's always great to hear you guys' feedback that watching my videos actually helps you improve your game. That's really cool. And wishing you all the best to reach your goal of 2000 rating. You have school till 2 p.m., but after that you can count on me. That's great. I'm already looking forward to having you in the chat. Really enjoyed today's stream and hoping to do that more in the future. I think that now it is more of a basic draw. It's also, I mean, Dinara defended it well, yeah. There's no doubt about that. It's also difficult now to try anything else here with black. Like if rook b2, e3 is a threat, but white is in time to just start giving checks from behind, and there should not be anything happening. Maybe black can try to bring the king, but even now, I guess a move like this should make a draw. Oh, it doesn't. I guess e3 and then e2 wins, yeah. This is one way to lose the game. Maybe that's another try, I don't know. Because now also black is winning, yeah? King d3. Here white needs to be precise. How do you make a draw here, by the way? Maybe just move the king, yeah? King g1. It maybe does the job. King f1 maybe a bit simpler. Maybe king f1. I was trying to avoid not run into f3, but probably doesn't matter here. Go king g1. King g1 again losing. Check and e3, I guess. Yeah, king f1, f3. I mean, still. Now I guess you should start checking, yeah? Now you should start checking. And here, 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 here. Maybe here, yeah? Here. Because taking this would probably lose, yeah? This pawn endgame is lost. Rook takes e4 would be losing. But instead, you can just start checking again now. Maybe this would have been a better practical try to run with the king. But yeah, let's see what happened in the game. Maybe Maria managed to create some chances here too. So she ran with the king. Rook a7 to have, if king e1 comes, then she has a check on the back rank. And now that's the current live position. Dinara giving checks. Yeah, always check from behind. That's usually the best way to defend. and the rook goes all the way back. Especially now with the king on g3, it's almost impossible to break through with black because the king is so close to the pawns. Can either take on e3 or take on f3. I guess one last trick which black can try, yeah, but Dinara has seen it. Like if this, then it might become tricky if the king can reach the f1 square somehow. Still should be a draw here, like maybe I can go for this so that king e2 isn't possible, because e4 would be hanging, but that would be one idea to play for. Rook d8, rook e2 on the board. Now king f4. Taking on f2 is not a threat because white can take on e4. King c3. Hang on, rook e1 now. King d2. And play it, because you cannot go to the endgame. After taking, then white wins black wins the pawn endgame. Might be seeing something here. I mean, maybe something like this is still possible, yeah? The position is still a draw, just for you guys to know. Yeah, and she played it. King e1, now king g3, but now I think black might be getting somewhere. Because now you could think about this maybe. And if rook check, then there is rook e1. This is not over yet. This is not over yet, guys. Gotta go take my finals. Good luck for that. Thank you for staying with us in the stream. You can just wait as white on the d file with rook d7. Well, I think that was what she was generally trying to do, but I'm not sure why she didn't go for it here. Maybe she thought rook d2 could come anyway as an idea. Still, the pawn endgame would be losing. And otherwise, king d3, king e2 might look a bit concerning, but I guess this should still be a draw. And if king d3, just rook takes e4. Yeah, so this is the live position, and now with the king on f1, I would be a bit concerned here with white. Especially with low time on the clock. Yeah, she finds the best way to defend this. I guess there is no way for black to make progress anyway. Yeah, waiting with the rook. And don't go rook e2 here, that would be a quick way to lose the game. Now the black king is getting checkmated. The problem is that these breakthroughs, they don't work here with e3. White can take on f3 or on e3. Yeah. It is still a draw, but white can... There are some ways for white to mess it up. Rook e2, in which position do you mean rook e2? So rook a4 has been played in the game. I guess rook e1 is forced now to protect the pawn on e4. Yeah, and it's been played. I guess rook a2 back, yeah. Yeah, once you see the defensive setup, it's probably easy to hold. I was just mostly looking at the clock, but they do have a 10-second increment, which makes it easier to hold down. If you're trying to defend it in blitz, I can imagine that it would be a bit more difficult. Like with only 2 seconds increment, it's quite easy to see some ghosts and blunder something. Yeah, and I think rook a2 is already a threefold repetition at this point. Thanks to your video on the Caro-Kann, I managed to beat a 2350 FIDE player in my last tournament. Congrats, man. Really, really happy to hear that. Also, this idea, which I've given on my channel for VIP patrons, has also been played in the World Cup, by the way, by a Croatian grandmaster, Brkic, against Faustino Oro. Yeah, draw has been agreed, yeah? Draw has been agreed in this game, which means that Dinara Wagner, I believe, is still the leader in the tournament. Let's change the view. All right, so these are the final results of today's game, of the final game. Yeah, so the Rook endgame was held nicely by Wagner Dinara. As I said earlier, like even at the World Cup, there were games where the defending side lost those endgames. So it's not as simple as some of you might think. Are there big tournaments in Vienna every year? No, unfortunately not. There used to be the Vienna Chess Open, which was a yearly event, but it is not played anymore since 3 years, I believe. That was always my favorite tournament. Favorite endgame books, a lot of stuff by Dvoretsky. Haven't read actually the Dvoretsky endgame manual. I ordered it recently because it's kind of a pretty big educational gap. Recently got some of Cheryshev books. He also has a book on endgames. And also Sam Shankland's book on rook endgames. These are the ones I'm currently working on. Yeah, good for Aline for finally winning a game after she was winning in every game and she lost. Yeah, absolutely. And also coming back in style. I think she played 2 pretty nice games now in the end, winning against Laura Onuk, and before that, winning a very nice game in the King's Indian against Maria Muzichuk. All right, so let's have a look at the standings in the end. So it's not perfectly cropped now, but I think it does the job. We see that Aline Rubers has overtaken Oleh Bedelka and is now on the 5th place. First, the leader, as I've just said, is Dinara Wagner with 4 points out of 5 games, followed by Anna Muzichuk with 3 points, and then Laura Onuk with 50%. Maria Muzichuk with a score of -1, which means 2 points out of 5, same as Aline Rubers, and then the local player Oleh Bedelka on 1.5 points out of 5. How does the scoring system work? I think just 1 point per game. It's quite embarrassing, but I really need to check if there's going to be an overall standing, like if Blitz and Rapid is going to be combined. Hopefully I can give you some more information on that tomorrow in the stream. Yeah, so winning gives you 1 point and draw gives you half a point. I think it's as usual. So that was it for today. I think also in the Blitz, yeah. But as I said, I will make sure to check that tomorrow. Tomorrow we also gonna have the second day of Rapid, and on the final day it's only gonna be Blitz. So in Rapid, I believe that everyone plays against each other with different colors, so everyone basically gets a rematch. And then on Friday, the last day, there is going to be Blitz. So that was it for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed the stream as much as I did. Really had a great time. Thanks to all of you who have been in the chat throughout basically the whole day, have been interacting. Hopefully you guys have also had some fun in the stream with the games and with some of my comments. Thank you, Checkmate Nico. You've been arguably the most loyal person in the chat today. It was a great pleasure for me to chat with you. And yeah, thank you for watching, guys. And I will see you tomorrow at 12 a.m. Central European time. So again, the schedule is going to be starting at 12 and most likely it's going to be finished around 6 p.m.